The following content is intended for mature audiences. Viewer discretion is advised. Connection established. A.D.A. Online.
Hello, and welcome to the third episode of A.D.A. Online. We just had an absolutely crazy month, and it's hard to believe that we're already a quarter of the way into the year. It really doesn't feel like it. Now, if you are one of my channel members, you have probably seen this post, or the post I made similar to it, I should say. I've previously recorded this episode, and it came out to 6 hours before post-production. Unfortunately, you can see right here in the audio tracks, Audentum used OBS for the first time by itself without Action Game Recorder. But unfortunately, I didn't do it right, and because of that, the tracks all ended up being combined. There was no separate mic track, so unfortunately, I had to do it again. Like usual, this will be covering the parts of the previous month that I found interesting or notable, with the segments divided into Lolcow segment, Tech and Media, ending with the political segment. Now, because this is going to be a very long one, I'm going to be starting out with everybody's favorite gothic bad boy, King Cobra JFS. After I finished my video, A Banshee in Wyoming, the King Cobra JFS Nal story or saga, I forget which one it is, I was done with him for a long time. I did not, it was like when I finished Cyraxx for a while. I did not want to look at King Cobra, I did not want to listen to him, and even when he was on Lolcow Live at the very end of February, I decided to skip it. Now, I do have clips from it though, and when they got King Cobra JFS to come onto Lolcow Live, they were not expecting him to actually show up. King Cobra JFS has been asked to go on many podcasts. He'll say yes, or like vaguely say yes, and usually he just won't show up. Sam Hyde tried to get him to go on Fish Tank. Cobes, of course, did not go on that, unfortunately. So, again, Keemstar, Boogie, and Wings were all shocked to see him come on. I've got that clip right here.
What's up, dude?
Yeah, look at Boogie. You can tell he does not believe it.
Let's go!
Cobes is not going to be speaking right here.
Oh my god, I'm so excited.
You just gotta unmute. You're muted on Discord.
Oh, yeah.
Showing off that Jack
my
Daniels.
God, I should get Jack too. Let's drink Jack together. I'm gonna tell my.
Is that Cobra juice? Is what you call that?
Not sure what
They call that a bloody drink combo.
Drink combo.
So, King Cobra JFS went on to Lolcow Live. Pretty interesting moment. The interview in itself wasn't that good. Cobes was pretty low energy, he was quiet, and all the questions that he was asked, they weren't really that interesting. One of them that I did like, though, Wingo said, well, I'm trying to think of a bunch of questions I can ask him, because I know he doesn't want me to talk about his ex-girlfriend. He says, yeah, Wings is about to say that Nal was a psycho, and Cobes is rightfully going to agree.
That sounds about right.
Are you locked in? I thought you had all these questions.
I'm 100% locked in. I'm trying to figure out what questions I can ask and what I can't ask. Because, like, in my head, I want to ask about his previous relationship, but I feel like that wouldn't be fun to be the opening questions.
Nah, he doesn't even want
Jessica Boyle ignoring her. She's psychotic, dude.
Yeah, he doesn't
Tell her,
want to even
Cobes.
talk about that stuff at all.
Remember everything that Nal did to Cobes. She is the reason he got evicted from his apartment through constant noise, like screeching. Her parents are ready to kick her out. One of the biggest fights they got into was all over. Cobes decided he was going to make himself 2 sausages for dinner. And the reason why Nal just lost her mind was because Cobes cooked them in the frying pan. She cooked it in a different frying pan than she wanted him to.
Are you actually a wizard? Or warlock? Is that what you prefer?
I'm much more powerful than that, but yes, I do practice magic.
Interesting. What have you done?
Yeah, Cobes definitely practices magic. There are 2 magic users in this episode, and Cobes is the more powerful one by far.
How have you impacted the world with your magic?
Just using my magic to help people.
That's awesome. That's a good way. That's a good use of magic.
Cobes using his magic to help people. Spoiler alert, StyxHexenhammer is in this episode, and instead he uses his for what I forget what he called it. It's not like a dark ritual. It's like blood magic. I don't even know what stupid stuff it is. Something I really appreciated about this stream was Wingo asking Cobes his opinions on Cyraxx, and then all of Lolcow. This was obviously pre-scripted, by the way.
So you said you have this hatred for Cyraxx. Can we explore that a little bit further? Like, what are some of the things that he's done that you really, really hate? Is it just strictly like the talking to underage girls?
What are some of the things what are some of the things you hate about Cyraxx? I think if you asked 100 people, if you put 100 people in a line and said, all right, you all need to give me one reason you hate Cyraxx, but you cannot say the same thing that has been said before, you would get 100 answers. And if they're all being serious, you would get 100 like non-meme answers.
Beating his grandmother or being a which is all that nasty. He's just a deplorable human being, dude.
Why the hell?
So let me ask you this: would you beat up Cyraxx?
Yes.
Would.
Cobra would maul Cyraxx.
I'd do more than that if I could get away with it.
What if I could told you we had a way that you can get away with it and put money in your pocket?
Are you talking about a boxing match?
I am talking about.
Oh, are you talking about a boxing match?
Sick.
Oh, that would be sick, dude.
That would do numbers.
Oh, Boogie, Wings, and Keemstar. They would not be very. They're not actors. Lolcow Live, yes, has scripted like segments or moments, but the fact that they're all so bad at this, you can tell it's like largely real.
Oh yeah.
I don't know what your income's looking like right now, but like we could put like 5 digits in your pocket.
Yeah, we made 5 figures on that fight, man. That was good money.
Boogie and Wings getting into that boxing match in London, that was probably, it's the only boxing match I've ever had any interest in whatsoever in my entire life. Literally no other one has gotten me to watch it. I remember when that boxing match happened, me and my old roommate literally sat down at a bar and like watched it on my phone, like on the counter. If Cobra and Cyraxx got into a boxing match, which would never happen, by the way, there is no organization that would clear Mr. One Lung, foot falling off, Goblin to fight. Cobes, I don't think that he would be very good either. His life, he doesn't leave his place. Very similar to Cyraxx. But he also smokes, drinks, and I cannot think of a worse diet that I've ever seen than things like his Spam nachos, Mountain Dew eggs, and list goes on. This is going to be the last thing that I show from this episode. I really enjoyed seeing Cobes press Boogie on faking cancer. It's one thing to see like Mudahar, Destiny, Jim, Keemstar, Wings. I don't even know how many other people were involved. It was one thing to see all of them like just dig into Boogie about it, but seeing Cobes do it is another level.
Why did Boogie lie about having cancer, knowing that what Jenny went through? And
Yeah,
the sister and shit.
It was a little bit complicated. I got told I had it. It was my understanding I had it. I went to the internet and talked about it. There were still less tests that needed to be done. Then I kind of was stuck in this situation where I'd already talked about it and I shouldn't have. And, I'm a fucking idiot. You know, people make mistakes, right?
So Boogie, you make good money now. So why don't you try to diffuse that situation? Because
I can't believe I'm going to agree with Boogie on this. Boogie said that he had cancer when he didn't know that he had cancer. So even if he does get this test, I know that how crazy it sounds, like he lied about cancer while having cancer. But the truth is, he didn't know he had cancer. He had no proof. And he said it anyways. So yes, even if he does get this test and it says Boogie has, I don't know what, the Animal Crossing of cancer like he described it, it still wouldn't change the fact and people would still hate him for it. And that's not even considering that he did a crypto coin scam.
You still don't want to get those tests to confirm that you might have it. Like, what you didn't really
no one would
lie about cancer.
No one would even care.
Jumped the gun and not had the diagnosis yet.
Yeah, no one would even care. It's invasive, it's painful, and no one would really give it at this point.
How would you know if you let you do it?
Because I'm the guy who lied about it. Always will be. I said, whether I have it or not, if I die of cancer, it's not going to make up for the stupid thing I did. You know?
Go look at Cobes. He does not care. He's just on his phone. He's so disinterested. Seeing Cobes on Lolcow Live was actually pretty cool, honestly. It's rare to see him in that kind of setting where they're just not trying to screw with him. They're not trying to like bait him into saying sketchy things. So again, it was a nice interview. But unfortunately, things weren't going to go very well for Cobra the rest of the day. That's because he got put into YouTube jail the very same day as that Lolcow Live interview. And considering he didn't mention it on that episode, I want to say it happened later.
I love my Jack Daniels, and I mixed it with some of this Mountain Dew Voltage.
Yeah, same can as
I got
earlier.
a 2-month ban on YouTube. I won't be able to post videos or upload new content until May 26th. One of my YouTube trolls basically mass flagged one of my videos, and now I have 2 strikes on my channel. I tried appealing it, YouTube didn't.
So what Cobes isn't saying is that he was not doing himself any favors in this situation. I believe at this time, so P. Diddy got diagnosed with HIV. Cobes made a video where he was laughing about it and said he hoped that P. Diddy died from it. That video got taken down. You can't just make a video like that. With his kind of audience, you cannot make a video like that. Obviously, Cobes has a lot of trolls. They're willing to take anything he says, report it. So the dude does have to be careful. The other thing that he did, I think he's about to mention this actually. Cobra wanted to say like how much he owned his trolls. So he turned around, grabbed his butt, and farted into the camera. That got him in trouble again. So yes, Cobra has 2 strikes. If he was smarter, he would not have had them though.
I got a YouTube strike for holding my YouTube camera near my butt and farting as loud as I could.
Yeah, he's talking about it.
And telling the YouTube trolls to suck my butt crack. Now, I was wearing my black pants, of course, because nudity is not allowed on YouTube.
That's true. Cobra learned that the hard way during the underwear incident.
So there was no nudity or sexual content involved. It was just me giving my trolls the finger. My YouTube trolls are creating fake accounts to mass flag my videos, which is very much against YouTube policy. Now, in my YouTube settings, I clicked the button that said my videos are almost always never family friendly.
Almost always never family friendly. So for anyone not making videos, that's you don't even need to click that. You can set that to automatically. There is no reason, unless you're like a kids channel, to ever have it set to kids.
And I left it at that. I age restrict all the videos where I cuss and drink and smoke. I got 2 strikes on my YouTube channel. One was for declaring victory on my trolls when we finally got that damn subreddit taken down.
I do not blame King Cobra JFS for celebrating for his subreddit getting taken down. That subreddit, people do open doxing. They're just bad people on it in general. Plus they're Redditors. So when you see somewhere like the Kiwi Farms, they have very specific rules. Those Reddits, those subreddits tend not to have them, which results in them getting taken down all the time.
If it is YouTube, I'm addressing YouTube as a platform and the people who are responsible for creating the rules. Is that my YouTube trolls go out of their fucking way to make my life miserable. I can't do anything without these assholes trying to ruin it, and it's pathetic.
That is absolutely true. Cobes used to like to do live streams where he would go out into public places like bars, walk around. I've never seen any of them live, like I said, very casual into the Cobraverse for a long time. But unfortunately for us, King Cobra JFS can no longer do that because idiot Weens will start calling the bar. I don't even know, saying like he brought his own drinks in, he's threatening people, all this nonsense, trying to ruin the content. It's just like when Cobes passed out drunk one night. people swat him all the time, sending the cops to his house. They genuinely try to ruin the content, and they think that they're winning. I'm not going to sit here and say that Cobes' channel was making a ton of money every month, but it was making... He could rely on it. And he would then have one of the worst things happen to him that could happen. King Cobra JFS lost his 100,000 subscriber YouTube channel on March 13th. He would make a message for YouTube afterwards. Unfortunately, I do not have it. So with Cobes losing his channel, he moved on to a new one, Josh Sanders 666. Now, when I took this screenshot, I believe it was about maybe a week after he'd lost his channel. As you can see, it's at 11.5 thousand subscribers. I don't think he's going to get the old 100,000 that he had before. I think that most of the people who resubscribed to this channel have already done so. So he could make that 100K again, but I doubt it. So Cobes was down income-wise. What do you think he does? Maybe try to sell some wands. He's been known to do those, arts and crafts. Maybe he did a drinking stream where he charged something like $25 a shot. That's not unreasonable. DSP just did one where he charged $100 per shot. Or maybe, did he take up Keem on that offer to go on Lolcow Live and have his own show? Well, no, instead, he decided that he was going to do a scam coin called Cobra Coin. Now, he would announce this on St. Patrick's Day of all times.
Happy.
Oh yeah. So, yes, I know that he's wearing the exact same shirt he was wearing before, but no, this is a different
St.
day.
Patrick's Day, we're live. I have a meme coin. I'll be dropping blah. I have a meme coin I'll be dropping called the Cobra Coin here in a couple days.
Cobra Coin.
Just hanging out. Don't have a shit ton of alcohol for St. Patrick's Day. Still sipping on the 40.
Every day for Cobra is St. Patrick's Day. Now, obviously, King Cobra JFS was not the one that made this scam coin. This is another case of some scammer going up to an influencer, trying to use their clout to rug pill their fans. And of course, then the influencer takes all the flack for it. Now, we're going to see just how ugly and dumb this website is. Looks great, right? There's a clock tower dream house in the back. We got a dancing Cobes gif. I actually like that one. And a pretty interesting description. Let me read this out. Thank you to my fans. I appreciate your support. Cobra. This is the official King Cobra JFS coin. Please check out the Twitter link top right to verify the coin's integrity, tokenomics, and roadmap. We will be sharing updates from Cobra about how the Cobra coin has helped him via our Twitter roadmap. Goals include better webcam in YouTube Studio, revamping his wand woodworking business, upgrading his music gear and recording software, making new and better merch, helping his friends and loved ones, and more. So, follow along on our Twitter page and help support the king. Cheers, tubes. King Cobra JFS has gear. He has an iMac computer that he could say what you want about iMovie. I've never used it, but he could edit on that. All he does is record with his phone. If King Cobra JFS is going to get any better gear, you know what he should get? Better lighting. I think that's the most important thing. Maybe a bar of soap too. But that's what I would suggest. That's what he should buy. Cobes would then announce on March 23rd that Cobra Coin was live. This is a 6-second video.
The Cobra Coin is now live. Check it out and get you one.
Check it out and get you one. Well, you know what? I actually did check it out. So this is a little out of date. Who knows? Maybe Cobra Coin shot up again. So as you can see, that if you look at the big green line above the A, the second A in A.D.A Online, you can see where it shoots up. Now, I believe that is when it went public. Then you can start to see it dropping off real fast. Now, goes up again, and it's worthless. With a lot of these scam coins, it's already hard to have any pity. It's hard to have any sympathy for people who buy into them. If you bought maybe one King Cobra JFS coin as a joke, maybe one fatty coin as a joke, you know what? I'll even say Hawk Tua. It's like, okay, whatever, you do you. But if anyone on the planet saw King Cobra JFS coin and said, huh, this could be the next Bitcoin, like, you deserve to lose all your money. Like, that is not going to happen. I'm not going to give financial advice, but if I was going to buy any cryptocurrency, I'd probably stick to Ethereum, Bitcoin, Cardano, and Chainlink, maybe. But Bitcoin is the only one that I have like any real knowledge about. Now, something tells me that Cobes did not get any of that money. And that is the end of our King Cobra JFS news for March. Unfortunately for Cobes, I don't think that he's going to get that channel back. YouTube can be pretty strict, and if I'm being honest, he was not doing himself many favors with some of the videos he's uploaded in the past 3 months. I was going to watch one of his food hacks of spam nachos, but honestly, I cannot do that. I cannot do that. Now, somebody else, however, who has not been doing themselves any favors is the plump pimp himself, Wingo. Recently, Lolcow Live did an event called Fat Camp, where they brought in their biggest talent, so to speak, and then had them do a restricted diet while doing game show-like activities. I did not watch Fat Camp. From what I understand, the only one I'm aware of, they did one called Duck Hunt, where Wings, Boogie, and 2 other people jumped into a pond, and they had to swim around while Keemstar was shooting them with paintballs. Pretty funny. It's kind of like a Kenny versus Spenny humiliation. Keemstar claimed that he was not actually aiming for them. He was trying to, like, aim near them, but I'm not so sure how true that is, considering he hit some of them a few times. Well, on day 6, Wings outed how something about Becky Boop was not being what some people would call true and honest. Something that Keemstar, Wings' boss obviously, was not very happy about. Now, let's see these clips right here.
On the floor laughing. Wings sucks.
It's not even about Wings sucks. The whole fact that you're
Wings sucks.
It sucks. Why didn't you just be real? Like, we tried to get Becky here. Becky's a fucking psycho. We learned.
Alright, so something about Fat Camp that Wings said that I think is really funny. Remember, Fat Camp is about people losing weight. Wings said how, like, every night people would just get drunk. Not very good for weight loss. I'll let people know that right now.
By getting her here in person.
Now, Wings and Boogie don't drink. I guess they only drink soda.
Because nobody's ever met her in person before.
It was just better to act like her walking in the room was a surprise, right? Which her coming technically was a surprise, right?
The joke was fun super chatted
$26.09. You just gotta out everything.
Wings your bald boogie, you slept with your dad.
What's the point of outing everything? Okay, whoa, we changed one little detail just to make it a little bit more entertaining. And then you fucking out everything just to make everything look fake. Like, why?
Because everybody believes everything's fake anyway.
Liz.
Okay, so Wings justifies telling people things were fake is that people thought it was going to be fake anyways. Well, Wings, they could have thought it was fake before, but now they know something was fake. So, yeah, they're obviously going to think, hey, maybe something else that happens is fake too.
Ruined it.
Imagine at the end of every wrestling match. Imagine at the end of every wrestling match, at the end of WrestleMania.
Okay, what Boogie is about to say, this doesn't even fit in. This does not even fit into the situation.
And Andre the Giant stand up and like, now here's how I got Andre up above my shoulder, right? We had to plan it. We had to walk through it. Now, kids, don't worry. Nobody ever gets hurt in wrestling.
There was one single detail that was changed. That we were surprised that she was here because she said she was coming, and we still didn't think she was coming.
But here's the fact.
Then she did come, and we're like, okay, she came. What was she here? 2 hours before the stream started, right?
It was like an hour. Here's the fact. Before she showed up, Roxy leaked that Lord Rush went to pick her up at the airport. How did Lord Rush know to pick her up at the airport? Tell me that.
Because Roxy's a dumb too. You guys.
Okay, so I gotta side with Wingo on this. If it's already leaked, him saying it doesn't really make much of a difference. I guess he is a lot more high profile than these other people, so maybe that's why Keem has such an issue with it.
You guys are dumb. Like, you don't understand.
But also, like, dude, and Boogie, you're point. They do kayfabe it because in the Monday night
Kayfabe. I do not watch wrestling. I have never watched wrestling. I like some wrestling games. I like how you're able to like make a character or download a character from pretty much anything, have them face off against each other. I enjoyed things like Dark Side of the Ring. I only saw a couple of episodes, but I thought it was really interesting to see the behind the scenes. But all these wrestling terms, like, I hate seeing them because I know none of them and I don't care to learn them.
The next episode.
Wrestling is, in my opinion, it's beyond boring.
Do a heel turn.
Right, but they don't immediately say
a heel
in the
turn.
middle of the match. Don't worry, it's make-believe. That's the point.
Here's the thing. Some real thing happens, right? And then we take that real thing and just make it a little bit more entertaining, right? For a surprise factor.
Celtics7 super
You
chatted
don't have to
$20.
out it.
Wings. This is why you are useless.
Thank you.
Then Tina on Queens last night admitted that she was paid and Becky said don't break the NDA.
Okay, but...
Wings didn't out anything new here.
Honestly,
I'm
we should
number
just,
4 in line here.
At this
Number
point, we
4.
should just fire.
Okay, I can't... Can you blame Wings for saying that? I'm the 4th person to say it, but he's the one taking all of the heat.
Boxing Wings, bro.
For what?
Because it can't fucking do anything
Bod44
with you.
super chatted $19.99. Boys, it's not that big of a deal. It's entertainment.
Here's
Most
this
entertainment
Stop
is to an
lying.
extent. You
That's
guys
what's
make the show
happening.
what it is, and it's
Make
fun to
shit
watch.
entertainment.
So Wings, you
Alice
haven't.
super chatted $20. This is scripted moment saying Becky Cumming was scripted to create more scripted drama.
Right. Everything is always scripted all of the time.
Yes. The script today was Wings was going to leak the script.
Yeah.
That was the script.
That will therefore...
The script today was Wings was going to... The script today was Wings was going to leak the script. If that was true, that would be the most meta thing I've ever heard in my life.
More believable because script.
Like Wings, listen. In terms of
Scriptception.
why is he lying? You don't know more about entertainment than Keemstar does.
All right, I want you to listen to what Wings is about to say. Say what you want about Keemstar, but the man knows how to... He knows how to run a business. He has multiple. He has multiple successful shows. He could have just coasted off Drama Alert and didn't have to do Lolcow Live whatsoever. Keemstar did not need Lolcow Live. Wings of Redemption did. If you look at Wings before Lolcow Live, his financial situation was completely different than it is today.
Don't question him.
I mean, that's an opinion.
No, it's a fact.
That's not a fact.
That's a fact.
That's not a fact.
That's a fact.
No, I'll fight you on this.
That's a
one.
fact.
That's a fact.
I would
I'm not
much
boogieing.
rather watch Breaking Bad than the life story of Brian
interactions say otherwise.
Let me tell you the
Personally.
secret. Let me tell you the secret.
Personally.
Keemstar caught a grift. He caught a grift with Drama Alert. Drama's the easiest. I said this on PKA. You can go back and find film when Drama Alert launched. That's going to fire him off because drama takes off because people want to see people fight in the street. If you point a camera.
Okay, this is going to sound really mean, but if you look at the way Wings is sitting, he looks like he's in an armchair. Like, that's what shape he has.
Look at it.
Now, seeing Wings get really uppity, Kelly decided that she would go over to tell him to chill. Even Boogie would tell him that he's crashing out.
You sussy super chatted $20. Keem scammed as the viewers and nobody cares.
Oh, let's listen.
Oh my God.
LLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLL
crashing out. That's why I'm fighting with everyone. Compared to the crashing out that he's going to do later, yes, Wings is pretty calm in comparison. Now, this is where everything changes. Look at those two. Look at the difference between their faces. Boogie looks like he's a dog begging for food. Meanwhile, Wings looks at him like, what did you just do?
What am I crashing out about? Saying stop lying?
I was silent.
You're very agitated.
Wait a minute.
So things were not going very well for Wings, were they? He was starting to crash out. Everyone was telling him that he needed to calm down, and his boss was not happy with him. Well, Wings was about to get into another argument with Keem. So Mr. I have an IQ of 62 told Keemstar that he was low IQ.
You see what I'm saying?
No.
Do you see the scenarios I'm saying? Are you stupid? Do you have a low IQ?
Are you stupid? Do you have a low IQ?
No, I think he's just autistic. But I watch reality TV. If you one's in chat, if you watch reality TV,
Reality TV's all fake.
I want to believe that Keemstar walking off in that situation I want to think that like his entire mind was like glitching. Like, did he just say that? Did he actually just say that? We then got treated to see Keemstar and Wings alone on the couch. Now, when they're online in a call, they have two options whenever they get angry. They can leave if they're like not the host, or if they are, they can just kick the person. This happens all the time. I remember early on Lolcow Live, Wings and Keemstar got into an argument about words that Wings wanted banned in the chat. And I remember this so vividly. Keemstar said to Wings, "I am not banning the word Pepsi from the chat." So when these two were stuck together, this is the most awkward silence I have seen in a long time. You can look at Keemstar. He looks like he's about to die. Keemstar looks like he just saw his dog get run over by a truck.
Wings needs a truth or face tattoo.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and Wings of Redemption right there. He looks like he just dropped his last chicken nugget onto the floor and can't get it.
Put it on the. It's got to be on something that's level.
Cement. Down there, the cement.
Yeah.
Like, this is not content. This is cringe.
So we're going to sit here in silence? You going to say something?
I'm not telling you anything ever again.
I'm not telling you anything ever again. There is so much more that they could have shown than this right now. I know that these Lolcow Live Fat Camp streams lasted like 10 to 11 hours. There is nobody, or sorry, there are people who would do this, but there are very, very few people who would listen to a 12-hour stream. So there are people who like tune in, and this is what they see from Fat Camp. This is their impression of it. Again, I know that not all the time there's going to be something going on, but they had like 20 people in this cabin. They could have brought the camera. If somebody was even having a conversation, they could have done it here.
Oh shit, okay. I'll just step on.
Retro Super Chatted $20. King, cheer the hell up. We love you.
Fuck, act like his baby mama died or something.
Ooh, tell him, Wings.
$20. King,
he acting like his baby mama died.
For a day.
I've had to deal
Waffles
with...
Super Chatted $20. Truth or dare, Keen. Admit which shows are all fake content, or suck wings or boogie tipples.
I've had to fucking deal with every person here trying to leak, say everything's my fault, you know, multiple different challenges with the internet and everything else. You know, people criticizing me, mainly Wings, for picking this.
People criticizing me.
Like, dude, what am I supposed to do? Fly down and scout the place and check out stuff like...
All right, so what Wings is about to say is monumentally out there. So they rented this gigantic cabin or lodge. I'm not really sure what it is. They rented it out because it had lodging and they could record there. Wings is going to say they could have done this at a guy called Lord Rush's house for free. The problem is, he does not have the lodging for this many people that they brought in. So they were still going to have to get a hotel. Now, if you're doing an Airbnb, usually if you're just by yourself, I find that they're not worth it. They're very overpriced. You have to pay cleaning fees. At that point, a hotel is a lot better. But if you've got a group of people all pitching in, then the Airbnb starts to make a bit more sense. So that way, not everyone is paying for a hotel room themselves.
You know what I mean? I don't have time for that. I got to do a show every
Here's a
fucking
mistake
day.
that you made. Here's a mistake that you made.
Oh, Wings is about to tell Keem the mistake that he made.
$1,000 mistake. If we did this in April, we could have done this at Lord Rush's place for free with gigabyte internet. But you wanted it faster.
Yeah, we wanted it faster, so they had to use Starlink. Oh, here Keem's about to say, here's a mistake you made. You think that I'm going to forgive you for this.
355. All those waters.
Here's a mistake that you made.
What's that?
You think I'm going to forgive you for this.
You think I'm going to forgive you for this.
I don't give.
I'm not.
You say that. I promise you will.
Pushing on the back.
What's the plan here? Easy up. That's fucked.
I don't know.
All right, here we got Wings and Boogie
So
weighing
he's
themselves. I don't know what they spent more on. The lodging or the scale that could hold them.
Sabotage the brand, sabotage.
Sabotaging the brand for a lie that you.
Oh, and here it's about to happen.
Yeah.
How am I sabotaging
Yeah.
the brand? By telling people that everything's fake. Or, sorry, telling people that things that happen are fake.
And you're even calling it a lie. You know?
It's a fucking lie.
You're even calling it a lie.
So a lot of people at this point thought that this was scripted because, well, why would Wings get so angry? This conversation does not really warrant what's about to happen. Wings would later say that when he was at Fat Camp, he went off his meds. So if you remember, Wings of Redemption traditionally has lost his mind at the slightest thing. Back before he got on his medication, that was when we got, look here, look, listen. I hope your family dies in an automobile wreck. What else did we get? Oh, the pistol grip. Just all bog 1v1 M16s, no radar. That is the Wings of Redemption pre-medication. So him not being on his meds here, this is classic Wings and 100% is in character with what that was.
What part of it's not a fucking lie? Tell me which part of it.
It's not a lie.
Right
it
there.
was a setup.
That's not a setup.
And
It's
why,
a fucking lie.
and why are you getting loud in my face?
Because I fucking can. Dude,
Because I fucking can.
Are you fucking serious? You better stop. You better stop. You better stop. You better.
Yeah, Wings just casually assaults his boss. Great career move right there. I guess he's trying to assert dominance. Unfortunately, during the scuffle, they hit the cord with the camera, and so we lost 4 minutes of footage. Very, very disappointing. So Wings and Keemstar got into a little tussle. Not something that they've done before. I think that Keem's probably wrestled with Blade, but no, I know for a fact he's wrestled with Blade before. But I don't think anyone else he's worked with, he's gotten into that situation with. I'm even going to say the same thing with Wings, mainly because his streams are always by himself in the modular mansion. Keem was bleeding from his neck, and he was ready to fire Wings right then and there. Boogie started talking about Wings, and Wings found out about that. So he came in. It was described like he was a rhinoceros to go and attack them. And this is where he shoved Kelly onto the table.
Dude, I told him, you need to either go, I ain't going, da-da-da, then Roxy and fucking Becky need to go. I go, maybe you're right. I go, but you need to go. He's like, oh, no, I can be here if I want to. I go, well, this is ran under my name.
That's fair.
You know?
I mean, just
so I said, at least go to your cabin. I don't have
Go to your room, Wings.
Super chatted $20. W Wing. L Keen.
Why wouldn't he want to go to his cabin? He loves his cabin. Take his wife out to dinner.
Because he wants to fight.
Why? What's the point? Yeah, I can't believe.
Okay, so yes. Now we're going to hear, that's Kelly yelling out Jordy, trying to get him to stop. Wings is so emotional and so, I don't even know how to describe it. He just has to go there and do something. Yeah, he's got three people holding him back. He is so big. Okay, look at this. That guy is trying to get his arms around Wings. Wings's belt size is, sorry, maybe I should say Wings's pant size is so big. This guy cannot wrap his arms around him.
What's the point, man?
Okay, you can see Boogie right there. No emotion on his face whatsoever. Just looking at this happen. And unfortunately for Kelly, we are about to see Wings push her onto the table. Okay, yeah, you can see right there. He's looking right at her. Okay, now Wings is going to say later, well, Kelly actually went to me from behind, and I didn't know who I was pushing. Well, let's see this. How does this compare? As you can see, he's looking directly at her. And later they'll also say, oh, Kelly actually tripped. Not true. So once Wings pushed Kelly onto this table, that was essentially it for him. At that point, he was going to be sent home no matter what.
Hey, that's your fucking wife now.
Now, I've seen people say, is Wings wearing a bra? Now, I thought the same thing when I first saw this, but no, it looks more like his collar got ripped. Still, not a good look, and something I would honestly believe. If he wore a bra, I would believe it. Go calm down.
That's your wife are hurting now. Calm down. Calm down.
Fuck away from her.
So, as we just saw, Wings pushed Kelly onto the ground. This is a few days after, but I'm going to show the tweet that Wings said. This is where Wings is going to say that he was grabbed from behind. I'll just leave this here for us to keep in mind. Last weekend's events are inexcusable. I lost my temper on a longtime friend, and instead of using logic and apologizing, I escalated it into a physical altercation. I was unable to settle myself down, and unfortunately, I ended up putting someone I love in a terrible place. I never intended to hurt anyone. I come to realize that I do need to take steps to manage my emotions. I have started on that journey by enrolling in an anger management class and trying to hold myself accountable to how I treat people individually. I took the time to reach out and apologize to everyone individual, but I also need to apologize to the fans. I know a lot of people are not comfortable with the violence of any kind, or have a past history with it, and it wasn't my intention to allow things to get this. It wasn't my intention to allow things to get to this point. I would also like to add, I was grabbed from behind. Again, we can see this picture I got in the top corner. Clearly, Wings is not grabbed from behind. Well, he was grabbed from behind by that guy, but Kelly was not the one who did it, and she was the one in front of him. I would also like to add, I was grabbed from behind and didn't know who I was pushing until it was too late. I shouldn't have pushed anyone or put anyone in a position to hold me back. And these things I highlight I need to work on. I've also had a good friend point out my flaws in my personality over the years and allowed me to reflect more on myself. I didn't take a second boxing match because I hated hitting people and I never want to hit anyone if it can be avoided. I was very unprofessional and take full account for it. After this event, Keemstar rightfully announced Wings would be leaving Fat Camp. Everyone is fine, no one is seriously hurt. He apologized to me and I accept his apology. The other clip of Wings pushing his wife resulted in Wings being kicked from Fat Camp. Obviously, that's totally unacceptable. I'm not really sure what's going to happen in the future. But as of right now, I just need to de-escalate the situation. Thank you for all the concerns, but I promise you, everyone's fine. At this point, I think it's safe to say that Wings was going to be fired regardless, and he was then put on essentially administrative leave, while they thought on what to do. But the next day, it was officially confirmed on Fat Camp Day 7 that Wings was going to be fired when they played a video of him slapping Kelly's arm while they were driving.
Wait, he slapped what?
Her arm.
He grabbed her arm.
Well, let me lay the context. Okay. There's a video, Xylee, that we just watched an hour ago. Twiggy was riding with Jordy and Kelly.
Okay.
And at some point, can I borrow your arm for a second?
Yeah.
At some point, she was driving the car, and Wings did this to her. Okay.
Okay, watch what Boogie's about to do.
Yeah, I'm not gonna get upset with you.
Don't get upset.
It was harder than that. Harder than that.
You can
hear it. And it's like, stop! Right? And that alone is not great.
Wait, was this her driving arm?
This
like
is her
her
driving. Yeah, she's honking the horn. He grabs her arm, yanks it loud enough, and I don't know what to make of that video.
So initially we were talking about suspending Jordy for like 90 days with a potential path to come back.
Yeah, Keemstar is about to say, actions have consequences, pimp.
We're at a point now where I don't know if there is a path back. So as of right now, he's fired off of Lolcow Live. And
Alright, I'm going to say this right now. There are a lot of people who thought, oh, obviously this was scripted. why else would this have just been randomly filmed at this time? Now, I think that's a pretty reasonable thing to ask. The reason why was they wanted to document. Wingo and Kelly wanted to, probably Keemstar too, if I'm being honest, wanted to document the trip down to Fat Camp. It could be repurposed into a video, maybe a trailer. I don't know, maybe if they wanted to, like, Fat Camp, the highlights, special edition, something like that. It makes absolute sense why this was filmed in the first place. Apparently, immediately after this was filmed too, Wings said that he wanted it deleted.
Happening, right?
All right, when you start seeing it go up, now you go.
We made it so far.
Stop! Stop! Yep, there you go.
Stop. All right, so Wings is going to say, oh, I didn't hit her that hard. We are about to see Kelly actually rub her arm. Yeah, see it right there. Do you rub your arm for something that did not hurt? Or something that at least stings?
You don't think that was a jackass move? No.
Played it.
Key might have already said that Wings was fired on Lolcow Live, but he would do it again in a tweet not long after. Ahem. After watching a second clip of Wings slapping and grabbing Kelly's arm on the way to Fat Camp, we have made the decision to terminate our relationship with Wings of Redemption. He's been fired. Now, lastly, on March 30th, both Keemstar and Boogie would do a dedicated stream on the situation. I've done a lot of highlights on this one, and I'm probably going to have to cut some more out later. So we're going to go through this real fast.
He's lost in that moment. You see him looking around?
Yeah, he's completely, yeah.
Yeah, he is out there.
I don't know. There's so many things that have been said about the moment. There's so many things I could say about that moment. But I just want to say the simplest thing, which is it's just heartbreaking to see. It just sucks. You know, from my perspective, I thought at first she tripped. And then from, you know, I saw.
Okay, I want to remind you. From Boogie says, from his perspective, she tripped. Boogie was sitting on the couch with essentially like, what are they called in basketball? Courtside seats, where he's like on the bench watching. That is the view that Boogie had.
Perspective, and there's definitely some shoving going on there. It's not great, and it just it sucks, man. It just fucking sucks.
The pushing me stuff is like, dude, you know, I grew up, you know, me and my friends fight, we argue, we push, we wrestle, you know, it's like, I don't fucking care. Me and Wings got into it, oh well, show must go on type of shit, right? But obviously you can't have violence at a Fat Camp. And then this happens, and it's like, whoa, Wings is actually unhinged. You know?
Wings is actually unhinged. Keemstar has never been so right in his entire life. He has never been more right about anything.
Moment of aggression. This is what, 10? I think the two clips are, if I had to guess, are probably about 10 minutes away from each other, right? So there's a cooldown period where cooldown is not happening.
Yeah, there was no cooldown in this cooldown period. As you saw, that was like, I want to say 10, 15 minutes later, after Wings and Keemstar had their scuffle, Wings came back. He was angrier than he was earlier, too. He had 3 people holding him back.
Which makes everything way different for me, you know?
Yeah. I mean, I do think that there was a tone set for the day with the fist fight that happened earlier that day. I think when you grow up in an abusive home, once somebody gets slapped, the rest of the day is kind of and ruined. And I fully would have expected you and him to fight, or him and I to fight, or something like that. Which, like you said, would be forgivable. That's one thing. But it's inexcusable. It sucks.
It was the following day where, you know, Twiggy was telling us that he was riding with them on the way up, and, you know, Wings like slapped Kelly's arm during traffic. And then we seen that clip and we're like, whoa. Okay, things have changed once again. And we called Wings on speakerphone.
Wings of Redemption got into a call with Boogie and Keemstar after this, while he was driving home. He would say later how this phone call hurt his feelings.
In the theater room, including like Billy and Xylee and whatnot. And Wings said something to Xylee that it wasn't abuse because it didn't leave a mark or something, which really set Xylee off, and a few others like Tina and Xylee had like former abusive relationships that they were in, so they were pretty pissed off about all this stuff, you know. And Wings feels like we betrayed him by talking about that clip and playing the clip of in the car ride, which again,
how does Wings say that that's betraying him? He signed up to a drama show. When Boogie had his fake cancer incident, they went nuclear on him. It was nonstop. I'm not going to say it's betrayal. Wings of Redemption, Wingo, the plump pimp, he knew going in, this is the kind of thing that happens. If you are on Lolcow Live and you are not Keemstar and you make a big mistake, it will be the focus for days, if not weeks.
Anything crazy, you know. He's not giving Kelly a black eye, but it's still like one of these things, you know. It's you know, it's like, bro, you don't
like what choice do we have once that's in our lap? We have to show it,
you know,
right? Like we.
And then other people were saying he was trying to prevent road rage. You know, it's like, bro, you're not driving the car. All right. Kelly's a full-grown adult. She's an adult woman. She is not your child. You don't get to spank her. You know, she has a right to drive that vehicle, and she has a right to honk the horn. You don't have any fucking right to just spank her. You know, it's like, bro, dude, so fucking insane.
Somebody asked why I didn't get up or try to get involved. I can't move too good. And I know for a fact that man can go right through me. He did in the rings. He would go right through me anyway.
That's true. When they fought, I don't know how boxing works a whole lot, but I remember Wings got something like 40 points. And I think that Boogie only got like 3 or 4. Like, it was a slaughter.
Proto said that was a hidden camera setup. No, it wasn't. They asked Twiggy to record them fighting. They at least that's what Twiggy told us. He said they were fighting, and Twiggy said, film this, right? And if you watch that full clip, at the end, Wings goes, cut that out. Well, the reason why Wings said cut that part out is because he knew he messed up. And somebody donates and says, you need to send Becky and Wings home. And that's when it was like, yes, I do need to do this. Now, I'm a little embarrassed that I wasn't already coming to that conclusion, and I needed a super chat to tell me what to do. But I was going through a lot. Like, hopefully you can understand, I was still in a state of disbelief, right? That this was even happening. So that kind of light bulb, hey, I'm the boss, I need to send these people away, right? After that super chat came in. And so I was on my way over to...
All right, what Keemstar is about to say, it's unbelievable. He's going to say how he went to Kelly, and she was crying, and said that Wings blamed her for all of that, and said, you ruined my career. Absolutely criminal. I don't know how he could say that.
I was on my way over to... Bear with me, the super chat's coming in. And we passed Wings' cabin, and Wings was already in the cabin at the time, on the way to Becky. And Kelly was outside of the cabin crying. So I stopped and I said, "Are you okay, Kelly?" Kelly is outside of the cabin crying, and I stopped and I go, "Kelly, are you okay?" And Kelly responds to me. She goes, "He's blaming me. He's blaming me for ruining his career." And I go, "Kelly, it's not your fault. You are not to blame for this. Wings is out of control." I go, "You guys need to go, all right? And I will try to fix this mess." That's what I told them. Or Kelly at that moment. Then I go talk to Becky. Becky gives me a big hug. She goes, "Oh my God, are you okay?" I go, "Yes, but we need to de-escalate everything and we need you to go." She goes, "I'll go home right now. I'll go home right now. I can leave right now. I'll leave." She wanted to get the fuck out of there.
Yeah,
all right.
I don't blame her.
Becky was acting like she was terrified after what she just witnessed happen with Wings, and she wanted out, right? So Glammy grabbed Becky and they left. Becky was gone like almost instantly, all right? On the way back, I told Kelly once again, because she was outside, I go, "This is not your fault, but you and Wings got to go for the safety of everyone," right? And I don't know if they decided to go at that time or not. So then they left, and then the next day we said we'd leave the door open for Wings to come back with a 90-day unpaid suspension, right? And Wings asked us for help. You know, he truly asked us for help. And we did agree to help him and navigate him through this and give him really good advice. I forgot what the fuck I was going to say. All I know is once we seen that slap video, then things changed. And it was like, oh my fucking God. Wings does just lay hands on his wife, you know? And I remember Boogie saying something to him on the phone, or maybe it was someone else. And they were saying, this is when we were on speakerphone with Wings. And we were saying, someone said to him like, "You mean to tell me the only 2 times you laid a hand on your wife was
this is crazy
last week during
the only 2 times you've ever laid hands on your wife was the past week on camera." And Wings stone cold says yes.
Because it's so weird that you push her and then, you know, you're slapping her arm in this other film. And Wings goes, "Yep, those are the only 2 times." And dude, everyone was kind of fucking really mad.
How? Wings. If it was a one time, if it happened once, I think like Keemstar said, okay, yeah, maybe that is the only time. But twice in the same week, both on camera. Who does he think he's fooling?
Well, the worst thing he said in that phone call was, "That's not real abuse. It didn't even leave a mark."
Yeah.
And that really burns a bridge with me. Like, I still want to help Jordy get better, all this stuff, but like, come on, man. You don't have to leave a mark.
Come on, man.
Some of the worst things that can happen to you don't leave a mark.
Yeah. And then I think it's the next day he starts sending us messages that he's in anger management. So then we're like, holy shit. Okay, good. Right? So now the door is a crack open again. Okay.
The door was a crack open again. But then Wings goes back and says, "Oh, well, Kelly tripped. It wasn't my fault. I didn't do anything." He's changed the story, I want to say, like 3 times.
Kept going back and forth like this for a while, right? Like it got bad, and then it looked like there was hope, and then it got bad, and it looked like there was hope. And then when we left Fat Camp, I'm literally, 2 hours driving out. And me, Boogie, and Wings, we get on the phone. And we wanted to talk about him getting better, but also making content of him getting better, meaning that like the audience can see him actually doing the anger management or whatever it would be, right? So we're kind of having that conversation. And me and Boogie brought up something that's been bothering us every one of these live events. And that's where Wings goes home early and, we make the bulk of the money.
That is something that Wings is never going to stop doing. He does not want to leave his trailer. He wants to stay in there, maybe go out, get groceries. But that's pretty much it. PKA, the most successful thing he's ever been a part of. And I know it wasn't as successful as Lolcow Live is now, like when he left. But everyone knows the story about the survival trip. Oh, yeah, let's go do a survival camping trip. It'll be great. We'll get some content. One of the guys on it said, "No, I don't want to do that." Wing says, "Oh, a real man goes out into the woods. A real man goes out camping." And so they plan everything. FPS Kyle, FPS Russia, whatever you want to call him. He decides, oh, you know what? I'm going to get a motel room for the night beforehand, so I'm all rested and not tired from driving. Calls up Wing, says, "Hey, I don't know where you are, but hey, I'm going to get this motel room. If you're interested, you can come with me and we'll split the room." Wing says, "I'm not coming." Kyle's in a little bit of disbelief and he says, "I'm not going." So then FPS Kyle, Woody's gamertag, they go to the woods, do their thing for a little bit, but then that bridge with Wings had been burnt. He did not go to the live event. He didn't do it then, and he's definitely not going to do it now as he gets older.
And so when we brought up that, immediately Kelly started screaming at me that I was greedy. And I kind of fucking lost it. I was like, are you, bro? I'm like doing everything. You show up. You just show up. I'm fucking running around. Now, granted, that day with the car, Wings did everything. And it was pretty much me that just showed up, right? I'll give him credit where credit is due. But I'm running around like a madman, setting up new fucking stages. And yeah, I had help from Twiggy and stuff. But, you know, it's I'm on the go nonstop, right? And I got told that I was fucking greedy. And, you know, I was trying to take advantage of him. And then he started making excuses.
All right, this is going to be another really good part. The excuses Wings will come up with.
For the slap, how the slap wasn't a slap and it wasn't a big deal. And that he didn't really push Kelly, that she tripped. And we're like, oh, he's not getting better. And that how that he's just doing the anger management because it's bullshit or something.
Something that Wings is actually going to say later, like month of April. I know, fast forwarding a little bit too much, especially when we're probably not going to cover him in the April ADA. Wings actually tried to like imply that Kelly gaslit him into believing that she tripped.
Do you remember that line? I can't remember.
No.
Something about fucking, this thing's just a money grab, you know, South Carolina. There was one good thing he did say, though, in that conversation is, remember he said, what I did realize is I do have anger management because the basis of anger management, you remember that?
Yeah, he basically said that.
Wing says that the base of his personality is anger. How is that even a thing? If there's one thing I can say about Wings, the guy does not like happy. He's like Spencer Rice in that regard. He is never happy. He doesn't like people around him being happy. I don't understand.
By taking some of the courses, he realized that his whole personality was based off of some level of anger, where he's always frustrated, always irritated and stuff like that.
And then the conversation with Wings ended with him saying, just fucking pay me my money, I'm out.
Ooh, yeah. So Wings also says, yeah, Lolcow Live, they owe me a severance package of $40,000. That I don't think, I know Lolcow Live makes a lot of money, but there is no way that was ever in the cards. $40,000. I believe like Keemstar even said when Wing said that, like, that is not happening. That is not happening.
Right.
Yep.
Conversation ends. Me and Boogie get on a private call and we're like, kind of a sense of relief. Like, okay, Wings is out. You know, he's going to be paid per the contract. You know, we are in a situation right now where if we had Wings back, half the audience would leave.
What's really crazy? Keemstar later found out the majority of the audience did not care either way.
And be very mad. If we don't have Wings back, half the audience will leave and be really mad. There is no win for us. This is all just a giant L. So, unfortunately, it's just a situation where we really can't move forward with Wings. You know, he would not be able to go to any live event ever again.
See, that's something that Keemstar thinks. With so many people online, I find, they could do the most heinous thing. And then a couple months, maybe a couple of years, water under the bridge. Remember, it was not even a year ago. Boogie had faked cancer, or gotten caught faking cancer, and at the same time had that like crypto coin scam. Everybody was talking about him. You couldn't go anywhere without hearing Boogie 2998 is done. It's over for Boogie 2998. Things have never been so bad for Boogie. And look where he is now. Exact same place. People might bring it up every now and then, like King Cobra JFS just did. We went through that earlier. But you never hear about it. He's still around. So yeah, Wings probably could go to these events again. But again, like I said earlier, Wings has no interest in these events, so that is the main problem. And he will use that as an excuse for not going.
I don't know how that would be negotiated or even worked out, that he stays home and me and you go and do like ghost camp and all this other stuff. That
I would kill to watch Wings of Redemption, Boogie, and Keemstar do ghost camp. Honestly, I don't even care who else they bring in. Now, the reason why I think Boogie and Wings would be the best ones to do it, Boogie has gone on record saying, oh, well, you know what? I once dealt with the ghost of my mother. I believe he said something like he could feel her holding his hand or something like that. It's one of those stories that he's like very dead set on, like, no, this happened. Meanwhile, Wings of Redemption is the polar opposite. As far back as I can remember, with him going on his... Oh, sorry, I tapped the mic there. As far back as I can remember, because I've been aware of like Wings of Redemption, Boogie, Keemstar, all these people since I was like at least 10 years old, maybe between 10 to 12, because I used to watch a lot of like video game stuff on YouTube. And at the time, these were like some of the biggest names. I remember when I started getting like really into Call of Duty. Wings of Redemption was one of the biggest Call of Duty commentator channels on the planet. So watching him one day, and Wings, he is like a staunch, devout atheist. I think the best way I can describe it is how FPS Kyle from PKA said it. Yeah, one day Wings of Redemption made this video where he took some course. It had to do with burning something. And he said, well, I can prove that hell is not real. Because if you see, if I set this thing on fire, eventually it loses all the energy and the fire goes out. So, therefore, hell cannot exist because the fires would put themselves out. And what was said about this that made me laugh so much was Kyle. His response to that was, well, Wings, I don't think you seem to understand. Hell is like this magical place where the laws of physics do not apply. And so I think they would be a great combo to see do that. The problem is I don't think they do much walking around. I wonder why. A lot of those buildings are like really old too, so there would be a good chance of one of them falling through the floorboards. Meanwhile, if they did that, I am 99% sure Keemstar would like plant something, try to make, I don't know, hide a speaker around somewhere, maybe some flashing lights. But it would be a very interesting thing to watch.
It's a no-win situation for us. And many fans think that this show will never be the same, that Wings was truly important to the show. And
I will agree with that as well. Lolcow Live, when Lolcow Live started out, it was supposed to be Wings of Redemption, Boogie, and Darkside Phil. Now, would that have been a good show? I'd watch it every now and then. When it was Wings of Redemption, Boogie, and Tommy C, I did not find the show very enjoyable. Tommy C was kind of like their wrangler, but I had never known who he was before. I'm sure he's a nice guy, but listening to him every now and then was kind of boring. But then he left the show, and who replaced him? Keemstar. When it was Tommy C, Wings, and Boogie. Any episode with Keemstar was like a highlight episode. It was one of the good ones. Then they wanted to find somebody who could take over instead of Keemstar. But him as the boss and the wrangler really made the show work. I think him, Wings, and Boogie is like the face of the show. Swapping Wings out with anyone, it wouldn't be the same, I'll say that. Like, it would not be the same show.
And they're right. The show will truly never be the same. It just will not. And there's really nothing we can do about it. A lot of people said, okay, well, who's going to replace Wings? Bro, we are not making that call anytime soon.
I will say right now who I would like to see replace Wings. Only use me Blade. Only use me Blade, even when he's not he hasn't drank in. Okay, so only use me Blade, known for his drinking. But then one day last year, he gave up and became a live-in caretaker for his mother. I believe he's paid for by the state to do it. I stopped listening to Blade when he stopped drinking. That's not like an insult to him. I wish him the best of luck. I don't think he's a horrible person like a lot of people do. And I think that when he's sober, he can be very he can be very charismatic, especially when you compare that to his alter personality, Lit Romney, where he's like the most reprehensible human being on the planet. Keemstar and Blade, they were best friends for years. Blade moved from Washington State to Buffalo, New York, so that way him and Keem could be neighbors and they could make videos together. I think that he would be the perfect replacement for Wings. And again, he does not even have to drink in order to do that. But of course, apparently Keemstar was told by YouTube, like, hey, he can be a guest every now and then, but he cannot be a main host. Which is quite unfortunate. I would love to see him replace Wings. I think that would actually be a better show.
We are not making that call anytime soon. We truly can't, right? We have to know, we're going to have a lot of guests up here. We're going to try a bunch of different people for a very long time until we figure out who that is, right? But you are right. I need someone that's going to, challenge me, challenge Boogie. We don't want a yes man up here for sure. All right. But also we can't have someone that's doing violence. It's just like, I really hope people can understand, like, we cannot move forward with Wings. We just can't, even though we truly want to. When we first made the statement that we were leaving the door half open, we got canceled. It's all over Twitter. Yeah. Keemstar's a piece of shit that supports domestic violence and all this other stuff. We got canceled for that. And we are willing to take the L's with Wings for a chance for him to get better. But then it just kept going back and forth to the point where he said he was done. So PKA has been wildly different ever since Wings left, right? But I'm very confident that the show will be fine.
You Sussy super chatted $20. Keem, let's be honest. The LCU has outgrown Wings. He just wants to sit back and do nothing. That's not good for the growth of the show.
Yeah, that is kind of true.
March was a very, very big month for Wings of Redemption. Now, I don't know what Wings is going to do next. Like I said before, it's no secret he was not in a very good spot financially when he joined Lolcow Live. And personally, I think Lolcow Live was kind of his last chance. I know in April, it seems like he probably is coming back, very likely. But just in case, so long, pimp. It was nice seeing ya. And that is the end of our Wings of Redemption segment. Now, moving into the next Lolcow segment, and we have an update on everybody's favorite gambler, BossmanJack. On March 19th, Bossman announced that he had gambled himself all the way up to $50,000. Normally, I know what you're thinking, he would immediately just gamble it all away. But this time, he actually tried to take some money out. He would then gamble $43,000 of it the next day. Let's just see how this went, shall we?
Oh my god, dude. I cannot believe this.
Look at that. Okay, let me pause at the right moment. $50,000. That is more than some people, not some people, that is more than most people make a year. And that is just what he's made gambling.
I cannot believe I just won 50.
And he's about to lose it all again. It is unbelievable.
Holy fuck, dude. Oh my god. Dude, I just won on dice, bro. Oh my god, look, I just showed you, look. Look what I won on dice, guys. Look at the size bets I won. Look. Dude, that's a nice-ass car, dude. Yeah.
That is a nice car. And if he's willing to go used, I don't want to talk too much about cars in here, but personally, if you're not like a taxi driver or like an Uber driver, I do not understand the appeal of getting a brand new car. They lose so much value the moment you drive away. They're way more expensive. Cars nowadays, especially. Okay, I don't want to get off on a tangent. Car companies put in computers now into cars, which will track your driving data, and then they will sell that data to your insurance company, and that insurance company will raise your prices based off your driving record. Now, if somebody stops like right in front of you and you hit the brakes, that looks bad on you and puts your insurance up. So yeah, that is my little tangent on cars.
Yeah, I should. Sure, starving. Yeah. Oh my god, dude. Holy shit, dude. I'm gonna do one blackjack hand. If I lose, I'm out. Actually, I'm gonna withdraw right now, dude. I'm gonna withdraw right now.
That is the smartest thing he's ever done. I'm just gonna do one blackjack hand and then out. And then he just stops himself. Because every time he ever, and I mean ever, says, oh, I'm just gonna do one hand, it turns into him losing all his money.
Right fucking now, dude. I'm withdrawing right now. I'm withdrawing right now. 50K, dude, yeah. I'm gonna withdraw right now, dude. How much should I withdraw?
$50,000. Sorry, $50,851.79. With that amount of money, he could buy, I don't know, he could buy like a tiny home outright. Then he'd never have to live with his parents again. He'd get a car, buy some new clothes. But no, he's just going to lose it all.
Yeah, 45K? I think at least 45. That's a lot of money, bro. 48K, yeah, for real. All of it, for real. Holy 48K.
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 Yeah, he can't take out the full amount of money because there are some fees involved, but even what he takes out is like, I don't know how to describe it. Again, it's not like going to change his life entirely, but it could like really be a leap in the right direction.
Oh, I unplugged my keyboard. I gotta do the on-screen keyboard. Hold on, it was like spamming N's in here for some reason. Like the letter N. Okay, 45. Oh, dude, what the hell? Dude, my computer's bugging, guys. I'm typing in.
Yeah, rather than gamble it, he could get a brand new PC. Think about it. BossmanJack's entire job revolves around his ability to stream. There are times where he does not have a keyboard because he smashed it, and so he has to ask his audience. There are times where he has to ask his audience to type things for him, post it in the chat so he can copy it and then paste it wherever he needs to go. Rather than gamble that, he should have bought a new computer. That's just my opinion. Things seem to be going pretty okay for him. So Bossman had all this money, and let's see how he gambled it all the next day. All right, first of all, that lady looks like what I imagine the witch from Hansel and Gretel looks like.
Do 200 on the sides. 2,000. Come on, babe, please. Damn, son, let's go.
All right, he's at he has a balance of $40,000.
Let's go, guys. King. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Come on, let's go. Come on. Come on.
Of all things to
let's fucking go, guys.
Let's use that money on.
Fucking go, guys.
Blackjack.
Let's fucking go. Holy.
All right, for all of you listening, he is now up $44,000.
Shit, bro. Should I leave now? That's 45.
He's making money. He's making money, but if you keep playing these games, betting more and more, you're going to lose everything.
No two. No, I'm gonna do 3,000. 3,700. I'm out if I win this, dude.
I'm out if I'm losing this. You're gonna see BossmanJack is not out if he loses this.
5. 10.
Okay, yeah, he's down to 35,000.
Yeah, let's fucking go.
For all you listening.
Let's fucking go, guys. Let's fucking go, dude. Let's do another one. Alright, last one, dude. If I lose this, I'm out, dude. Oh, I got perfect pair of 5s! 13K! 13K! 13K perfect pair of 5s! Oh my fucking god, dude. Let's go, dude. Oh my god, dude. Holy shit, dude. Let's go. Holy. I was 17. I'm gonna lose the hand, though. Yeah, I'm already down 5 racks, dude.
Already down. I don't know if he says rags or racks. It definitely sounds like he's saying racks. There are people right now who are wondering where the next $200 that they need for their rent payment is going to come from. And Bossman is just casually gambling this amount of money away.
Oh, yeah, I'm gonna do another one, dude. I will. Win or lose, I'm withdrawing. I'll either be at 45 where I started. Oh my god, bro. There goes 5 racks, dude. Holy shit, dude. Oh my god, bro. 30 racks down, dude. Oh my fucking god, dude. I am down to 30 racks, dude. I gotta go now.
Look at that number. Look at that number. Now, I have one friend. He is drastically cheaper than me. To the point where one day, this is very off topic, I know. He was asking me, he said, hey, I don't know what to get. Burger King, I've never had a Whopper before, but Wendy's has, what was it, some limited time item. So I said to him, oh, that's an easy decision. You get the limited time Wendy's burger this week, and next week, you get Burger King. He says to me, I can only afford 1 hamburger per month. He has a TFSA or some savings account that is, it's handled by like other people, not something I would do personally. And he was flipping out to me saying, I'm down $200. And BossmanJack has lost so much money. He can go down from $43,000 or $45,000, whatever that was at, all the way down to $30,000. Not bad an eye. And he's about to lose. He's going to lose the rest of it too.
Fucking god, bro. Dude, no.
Oh my god, bro.
Taking that as an answer, bro. No fucking way. I'm going back, bro. I'm going back, bro.
I'm not just losing a third of the money. I need to lose all of the money.
Yeah! Let's go, guys. Let's go, guys. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go, dude. Oh my god, dude. Come on, guys. Please, please, please. Please, 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 please. King. Oh, 16 versus 6. Stand that. Stand that. She's gonna bust. She's gonna bust. 16? No way.
The way he plays like gambling games, it's the same way Wings of Redemption plays Call of Duty. When he starts losing badly, he has to take risks in order to get back to where he was. And when he starts taking these risks, he gets into a worse position. With BossmanJack, obviously, he's lost $13,000 to $15,000. So he's upping his bets, trying to make that money back. But when he loses, because his bet is increased, he loses more money. And with Wings of Redemption, it's like, well, once he starts losing in a 1v1, has to take risks that he wouldn't normally take, dies from that, and then, of course, in an even worse situation, has to make even bigger risks.
Dude, oh my god, bro. Bro, are you fucking kidding me right now? Bro, are you kidding me, bro? 30k. Now we're gonna get 40 back. Max bet's 500. Fuck. Or 5k. I was gonna do a 10k hand.
A 10k hand. A 10k hand. You could make an argument that holding stocks is a bet. I would easily agree with that. But oh my lord. There's one thing betting on a company you're like well researched in, believe in, and you think that they have a business model that'll work. BossmanJack, instead of that, is putting his faith into a deck of cards shuffled by the people who want him to lose.
Ace? Yeah! You know what, a side bet! 40k back in the bag! 40k back in the bag! Oh my god, dude. No way, dude. What the fuck is going on, bro? No way. Get this shit back, dude. Yes! Let's
Hold on. Okay, I'm gonna go back for a second. BossmanJack bet a queen and a 4. Now, it's been a little while since I've played blackjack, but that's like 13 or 14. If I had a 14, I would 100% hit.
going on, bro? No way.
That's such a bad hand to bet the money on.
Get this shit back.
What was he thinking?
No way, dude. Oh my fucking god, bro.
There's no way. Okay, remember, He started increasing his bets at $30,000 in his balance. He is now at $15,000.
Bro, oh my fucking god. I can't believe
Bro, oh my god, I can't believe I did this to myself.
What the f is this, bro?
What is this? Oh my lord. So, he's down to $3,000. His bet was $5,000.
Oh my fucking god. Are you fucking...
And now he's shocked that he lost it. Oh, and he rage quits. And he rage quits.
I just lost $43,000, bro.
$43,000. That's a lot of 43s.
I cannot believe I just lost all those fucking hands like that, bro. There's no...
No. BossmanJack, if you wanted to bet, like, I don't know, $10 hands, he could gamble all day. He could have gambled that for weeks.
There's no way I lost like that. There's no way, dude. Look at her switching up the fucking shoe now, dude. Look how sketchy that is. That's fucking sketchy, bro. There's no fucking way that just happened like that, bro. I was playing everything like I should have, bro. That's fucking insane, dude.
That's the thing about gambling, BossmanJack, or Austin Gambles, as he now likes to be called. You could make the best bets possible, but it's a game of chance. You can still lose.
That's fucking insane, dude. That's insane.
If I make a bet, let's say I make a bet, I don't know, that a dice is going to land on 2 to 6. Obviously, I'm in a pretty good position there. But if I keep betting, if I keep upping that bet, eventually it's going to land on a 1.
Insane, bro. I cannot believe I just lost all that money. I can't believe I lost all that money, bro. We can try to make it back.
We can try to make it back.
The fucking king.
No, boss man, that's how you're going to lose everything.
$1,000, bro. I cannot believe I let myself do this.
He has no idea how good of a position he is, that he's living with his parents. If he had to pay rent, there is no chance at all. There's no chance he would be able to pay his rent every month. Eventually, he would gamble the rent money the day before and be in trouble.
Bro. I gotta go, guys. Holy f, dude. I can't believe I fell for that.
I can't believe I fell for that. Maybe I'm a crazy person, but BossmanJack went to this place, got partnered with them, and then willingly gambled every cent that he made on their site. And now he's saying he can't believe he fell for that. As he immediately goes back to another table. And if you look at this, he's betting $1,200. His balance remaining is $44. I don't know why, if he's going to keep going all in, I don't know why he left that little bit there.
Oh my fucking god, dude. That is such fucking bullshit, dude. I just lost.
And he rage quit and he lost.
That's crazy.
45 grand.
Damn, dude. Holy f, it's gone now, dude.
Damn, dude.
It's fucking gone now, dude. The fucking piece of shit, dude. Fucking piece of shit, dude.
So BossmanJack was having a pretty bad month. He lost more money than most people, most Americans, most people have in their bank accounts. And as if things couldn't get any worse, he announced that he had another relapse.
No, I up, dude. Like relapses, but I'm okay, bro.
BossmanJack is on probation. The last thing he should be saying on live stream is that he had a relapse. I'm not gonna say like, hey, he should not like admit it when it happens, but he should not be doing it online where it can be used against him. This is pretty common BossmanJack stuff. He loses his money. And I know that we just saw him lose a bunch. And this is a lot less than he lost earlier. But him losing $2,000 in less than a minute on dice rolls is magical.
Oh my god, bro, that's good money. Let's go.
Okay, sorry, not dice rolls, Minesweeper.
Come on, do a 500 here. Here
we
go.
Lost. This is, at least Minesweeper, there's like, you can kind of win if you know what you're doing. I do not know what I'm doing in that game. Here it's just straight up like gambling. Okay, yeah, it's rain bet, I know.
Oh my god, there it is, guys. Let's fucking go. Come on. Oh my god, I'm out of debt, dude. One more and I'm out of debt, dude. Oh
One more and I'm out of debt.
Don't do this. Come on. Come on, guys. No, dude, come on, dude. Oh my god, dude. It's okay, it's okay.
Okay, yeah, he's down below $2,000 now.
Oh my god, bro! How did I know that was gonna fucking pop?
How did I know that? How did I know that was gonna pop? Yet he clicked it anyways.
Oh my god, that's good money. Let's go. Come on, one more of those. I'm fucking debt free, bro. Please, man. I'm out. I'm out of debt. I'm out of debt. Fuck. Oh, I need one more. I need one more. Come on. Come on, guys. Oh my god, I'm fucking out of debt, dude. Oh my fucking god, bro. Oh my god, dude. Holy shit, bro. I'm gonna put that in the safe. If I owe you money, please hit me up.
If I owe you money, please hit me up. All right, for anyone listening, he is at $4,337. So, yeah, I wrote that down wrong. He lost a lot more than $2,000 in a minute.
Oh my god, let's do a fucking fatty. Come on, come on. Oh my god, dude. Stop.
Okay,
stop,
2 losses in a row.
Dude, come on, man. Dude,
3 losses in a row.
Shitting me? Do 1,000.
4 losses in a row. He's below $2,000 now. Yep. 5 losses in a row.
Oh my god.
6.
You talking about fucking rig, bro?
7.
Oh my fucking god, dude. I fucking had every bit of it, dude.
Come on.
Oh my fucking god, what am I doing, bro?
He's at like $600, just under $700.
Oh my god, dude. I cannot believe I just did that to myself, bro.
I can't believe I just did that to myself again. Lost 1.
Oh my.
2.
Dude, I'm gonna fucking.
3.
Dude. Oh my god, bro.
4. Down to $190.
Oh my god, dude.
5.
Dude, I'm gonna fucking.
6.
Oh my fucking god. Oh my
7.
god, dude.
7 losses in a row. He lost all that money. He lost all that money.
Oh my god, dude.
Boss man. I couldn't imagine living that life. Like, yeah, I'm sure it's quite thrilling. But I would not be able to sleep at night knowing all that money was gone. Well, BossmanJack ended up having a very, very reasonable... he had some reasonable thoughts about that whole thing. Let's see them right here. Guys, I can't do this anymore. Holy shit, my life. I wish I never started streaming. I hate my life. I hate my life. I don't want to do this anymore. Holy my life. I feel like if I was Bossman and I'd lost that amount of money, because remember, the amount of, I'll say this right now, BossmanJack has gambled and lost more money than I have made in my entire life combined. It's just insane the amount he does. I 100% feel like this would be something I'm used to by that point. Now, BossmanJack then had both a Twitch ban and forced 6 months in rehab scare. I predicted in the last A.D.A that he would be getting locked up not too long from then, and honestly, I think he just barely got away. I don't think I gotta go to rehab, man. I just gotta stay clean and do classes and shit. Fire. Now, lastly, for BossmanJack, let me pull this up right here. Oh. BossmanJack, on stream, his hands were black. Now, this is not from not washing his hands. I do not think many of my viewers... I don't think many of my listeners would know this. But apparently, if you smoke crack from a glass pipe, you will get black hands. So this is just another sign that, yes, he relapsed and he is doing it actively. BossmanJack is going to get locked up again, guaranteed at this point. And if I'm being honest, I would be shocked if it does not happen before the May recap. He's associated streaming, drug use, and gambling in his brain together, and there's zero chance going forward that he can do 2 of them without including the 3rd. And with that, we are now done our BossmanJack segment. But speaking of people with upcoming legal problems, and we have StyxHexenHammer. Now, we went over Styx and his dark rituals back in the last recap, as well as how he worships his owl demon god Stolas. You can actually see a framed picture of it in the right-hand side of the right-hand side of this image. Well, Styx has recently gotten in trouble. Well, first off, he was accused of stealing a blood vial from one of his exes. Harmed but not destroyed. What a life. Lol. Now, this looks like, I guess that's the blood vial on the right. It looks like it's sealed in wax or something. Very questionable. Then he also posted this on Twitter. Chaos magic begins in a few hours. I am ready for the blood eclipse. At the beginning of this, when I was doing the Cobra segment, I said, hey, listen, there's another guy on this A.D.A that does magic. Well, if you look at King Cobra JFS and the wands he's made, say what you want about his like arts and crafts, but they're like painted. One of them, he like took Mrs. Green, that praying mantis that he killed, dipped it in hodgepodge and like glued it to the top of the wand. This thing looks like Styx just went, it looks like it's a stick. It looks like Styx went to the public park and just found this like lying on the ground. So Styx was having an interesting time on Twitter, to put it lightly. Then he would make a video talking about how he got injured through this spell.
Alright everyone, it's time for the occult video 406, the Blood Moon Eclipse and I.
The Blood Moon Eclipse and I.
Doing a little bit of ritualism last night. Some people requested to know what ritualism I was doing. I'm not going to get into the specifics of the...
I want to remind you, Styx is supposed to be a news channel. He does videos where he tells people the news. Making this, I went into his comment section, and one of my favorite comments I saw was, listen, man, I try to like tell people about you and get them to watch you, but when they see you doing this, they immediately turn it off.
Itself, I do believe...
Now, I want you to look at that glove. He is only wearing one glove. I know what you're probably thinking. Well, Styx looks absolutely ridiculous. This is an outfit that only belongs on somebody during Halloween. Or, you know what, if you go... There are like these vampire LARPing groups. This outfit would probably fit in there too. 2 times this outfit is acceptable. He is not wearing that one glove because he likes Michael Jackson, nor is he wearing it because he thinks it looks cool. Somehow, Styx injured himself while he was doing that blood ritual. And he is wearing that glove to hide it.
Interesting celestial conjunctions. While they don't have themselves a specific occult impact, that is a magical one.
Is he wearing a friendship bracelet?
They can focus a person because they are interesting. And you can direct
seriously, what is that?
And utilize it for your own purposes. So I did a dual ritual last night, accidentally injuring myself in the process, by the way. First was a...
That's what happens when you tend to cast dark ritual, Styx. It backfires on you. If you put it out there, it will come right back to you.
Ritual over several individuals that I...
Like a boomerang.
The second was a grand bombardment.
A grand bombardment. Styx is like Reddit incarnate.
A certain city in the world, for obvious reasons. What effect that ultimately has, there's still some lingering energy around, so we'll wait and see. This had nothing to do, for example, with my personal demonic friend.
My personal demonic friend. I'll say this, I do not know every religion on the planet. But you know what 99% of them all have in common? They say, do not talk to demons, they will trick you and betray you.
Not necessary. He's got better things to do at the moment. So do I. But I figured it would be funny, playing with energy. If it makes sense, you have to envision it going out to a certain target. It's going to be positive or negative. It's not just curse work and black magic or anything like that. I do protective magic all the time.
I do protective magic all the time. Well, number one, it didn't work on your hand, Styx, and it's not going to keep you out of prison. Spoiler alert.
And it's possible to do.
Are those coins on his desk? What is this setup? We've got... Okay, he's got a flag in the background that no one can tell what it says, because it's covered by his chair, and it's not even all the way in frame. We've got the Ouroboros, a moon, and then what I'm assuming is like a human skeleton Ouroboros. That's the snake that eats itself. We've got the same Ouroboros underneath his YouTube play button. The human one, I should say. I want to say that is a Trump, Pence, one of those lawn... how do I say it? It's like one of those lawn signs, the felt ones, not the plastic. Sorry, not felt. It's like a plastic bag. And then we've got Stolos, $10 in loose change. I don't even know what's in that. This setup tells me nothing about what he is.
If you know the physical location of the person that you're trying to shield, and it adds energy to them. It's especially potent if the energy is being partially drawn from them. For example, this recently donated a vial of blood, and of course used it for a protective purpose. There's a reason for that.
Oh yeah, there's the admission. There's the admission right there.
Blood is a very special fluid. Read Rudolf Steiner. Trust me, you won't regret it.
I probably would regret it.
And it's real. Most people, though, they think of magic and they think of
The Gathering,
riding broomsticks on Halloween and kids dressing up as ghosts and stuff like that. It's because the authentic occult has been co-opted by Hollywood more than anything else. It's been co-opted. And so the vision that people get of magic is largely a facetious one. They think of cauldrons and, herbs hanging around and stuff. All of these trappings, by the way, very much real within magical.
If Styx said that he had, not even if Styx said, if somebody told me Styx owned a cauldron, I would believe it 100%. There would be no doubt in my head. So, like I said with that spoiler alert, Styx, he had injured his hand, but that's not as far as his blood vial ritual went bad for him. As you can see right here, he got arrested for this. It is heavily believed that he violated his domestic violence restraining order, doing that ritual with blood. I think it's supposed to be like he did that blood ritual with the blood of the person he's not supposed to talk. He's not supposed to talk to. I guess that's not like a threat, but it's like that's a reasonable reason for someone to be sketched out. If I found out somebody had my blood and they did a ritual with it, it's like I'd look like a cartoon character with my eyes popping out. Like, what? Now, Styx was quickly released, but while he was in jail, people were wondering if he would get bailed out by the quartering again, since the last time he got arrested, quartering was the one that got him out. And that brings us directly into our next segment. The quartering. Jeremy Hambley, best known for getting punched in a bar and dropping all charges, has announced that he is in some big trouble. Quartering's YouTube channel makes around $40,000 a month. Along with his YouTube business, he also sells coffee on the side. It has the most blandest name I've ever heard of, called Coffee Brand Coffee. I am somebody that really likes coffee. I could drink it all day. I only like it black, but besides that, I'm not too picky. But I am very cheap, and will usually just buy a tin of Maxwell House. Sometimes I'll get a tin of Tim Hortons. I'll do that when I'm at the grocery store. It's a place I have to go to regardless. I've enjoyed both of them for years. And, most importantly, before I buy them, I already know I'm going to like them. Quartering managed to get himself into some massive debt, and then made a video e-begging for money. Let's see this call to action he made.
Obviously, it's a meme, but you all know.
Okay, I'm going to say this right now. Every time that I pause the video, Quartering looks like a Muppet.
My coffee company. Well, the coffee company...
It's either like a Muppet or a soy jack face.
Has also been expanding to take on Amazon.
Expanding to take on Amazon. I am somebody who has ordered a lot of things off of Amazon. I do not like the company whatsoever. I don't like how they treat their employees. I don't like how they treat their drivers. Well, I guess who are also employees. You just cannot beat free shipping if you have a Prime membership. Let's say I need 3 completely different things. I don't know. Let's say I need a new SSD hard drive. Let's say I want to get some wasabi peas. You know why? I'm addicted to those things, and multiple times I've eaten them too much in one day and burned off all my taste buds. And I don't know. Let's say I want to do some gardening, and so I order some shovel. I don't know. I could get all of that off of Amazon at the same place, and if I know I'm out of coffee, or I'm going to be out of coffee soon, I could get that too. Quartering has one website dedicated to selling coffee, tea, and I didn't look at this too much, but he sells some sorts of dried fruit. he cannot compete with Amazon.
Try and compete more with bigger names, and to hopefully by the end of the year be on the grocery shelves. And
coffee brand coffee will never be on a grocery shelf. When I think of coffee at a grocery store, I think of Maxwell House, Tim Hortons, Folgers, maybe Starbucks. I haven't actually seen like Dunkin' Donuts either. And then when I think of those brands, usually they have like a dark roast, light roast. Maybe they sell like individual beans. When somebody picks their coffee at like, I don't know, 16, 17, they usually just stick with that for the rest of their lives. Sometimes maybe like, oh yeah, this is actually really good, and it's priced competitive, I'll switch. But nobody is going to switch to coffee brand coffee if they see it at the grocery store. It just won't sell.
3 years, I've prided coffee brand coffee on remaining completely apolitical, and that's literally why I called it that. Some people think the name is goofy. I get that, but it would have been easier for me to sell liberal tiers coffee or something like that. But I want my coffee to be on coffee shelves one day. But now we hit a roadblock that I need to try and reach out and give you an understanding of why I could use some help. I can't confirm this for sure.
What Quartering is about to say is something he completely made up. The truth is, he made a bad business decision. Quartering decided he wanted to sell K-Cups. The company that he went to was not able to fulfill his order. And now because of that, he decided he was going to buy a machine to do it himself. Now this was very expensive. He's about to say he's about $300,000 in credit card debt, and he's going to ask people to buy the coffee.
But right now, with coffee brand coffee, we are basically completely vertically integrated. We roast our stuff, we pack our stuff, we print our own bags, things like that. The only thing that we were reliant on anyone else for was some of the boxes for our K-Cups and some of the procedures around that. It's our coffee, but we had someone else helping, put these boxes together so we could do all that. Well, apparently that person, I don't know this for sure, but I suspect it, saw my YouTube channel and didn't like my politics. And while we have a 20,000 K-Cup order, basically decided to tell us, to pound sand, or I don't know what's going on. We haven't heard anything back. This is absolutely crippling. I'm already so overextended with coffee brand coffee. I feel like they knew this was the time that they could really cause maximum damage.
Again, he has no idea if this is true or not. He is saying this so people will feel bad for him, and then buy his super expensive... Okay, we're going to spoil this a little bit. This is what he is selling, and he actually managed to sell it all out. This is 2 different kinds of coffee. We have a cherry kind, a tangerine kind. You get, I don't know if this is 3D or metal. 3D printed or metal. But you get a coin, and you get a signed card from Jeremy Hambley. And to top it off, you get an exclusive bag of freeze-dried strawberries. All for the low price of $99 US. Oh, but it also comes with a free gift. It comes with a free gift. That could be anything. He doesn't imply what it is. It could be, I don't know, maybe a thank you note. Maybe some freeze-dried blueberries. Who knows? But the fact is, it is way overpriced, not worth the money. And he somehow managed to sell out 1,000 of these.
What is the solution? Well, it's to buy about $80,000 in equipment. To help pay for it, we've done this one other time before, and what I did was I put together this very cool Founders Vault pack.
Okay, let's pause this for a second. I'm going to zoom in on this right now. All right, let's get this right in frame. Now, we have cherry whatever, and tangerine coffee. I do not like anything in my coffee whatsoever. I do not like sugar in my coffee. I do not like milk in my coffee. I don't like any of that coffee creamer. I don't like Bailey's. You name it, I just want my coffee to taste like coffee. I do not understand why anyone... I feel like if you order cherry coffee, that's just going to taste sour. Like, why would you want that?
There's only 1,000 of them. and 200 of them are already gone.
There's only 1,000 of these.
Earlier today. It includes our freeze-dried strawberries, which are not available anywhere else and will
not available anywhere else. I can't think of a place I've ever seen freeze-dried strawberries before, but again, I'm 100% positive you could get them off Amazon. And Quartering is about to say that this is an exclusive for this, and he won't be selling them anymore. So if you like them, it's not competing with Amazon if somebody wants to buy it from another place.
available as far as I'm
if somebody wants to buy it and they have to go to another place.
Anywhere else. You will also be the very first person to get our exclusive spring flavors, tangerine, which trust me is delicious, and cherry cordial, which is also really good. You also get a founder's coin and a signed, numbered thank you card from me specifically. I'm be signing them every night for the next 2 weeks. Plus, you get a free gift. I've got $300,000 almost floating right now in debt.
$300,000 of debt. All because of a very, very poor business decision. He is at the point, money-wise, with the amount of income he has coming in. He should be like when you're at the end of a strategy game. You are at the point where it is almost impossible for you to lose, and he somehow found a way.
Being dead serious because of the huge stock up for Mother's Day. Now I got to buy this machine I wasn't planning on buying. And, but if we come out the other side of this.
Quartering. Now, Quartering somehow sold out the 800 remaining stock of that. That is, I did the calculations, $79,020 that he made. And because he's in so much debt, it's just a drop in the bucket. That is an unbelievably dumb amount of debt to go into running a business. I'm going to say something a lot of people probably don't understand. Money is not that hard to get, especially like if you're going to use it for something like this. You can take out a line of credit from your bank. That is a very low interest way to get a lot of money. The best part about it is you can have one and not use it. There are no fees. At least mine doesn't have one. And it's really nice to know you have a safety net in case something happens. I feel like with the amount of money he has had go into his bank account, he could have 100% gotten a big one of those. With the amount of money that Quartering makes, I don't think this is going to be an issue for a long time, but he definitely should have just stuck to doing YouTube. And that is the end of our Quartering segment. However, for our next segment, we have a cow on this list that does have some ongoing issues that will hopefully go on for a long time. That being... Oh, I don't have a picture of him. Uh-oh. Cyraxx. Cyraxx is someone that needs absolutely zero introduction on this channel whatsoever. I hate him, you hate him, and I think we all know more about him than we do our own best friends. Because I am going directly into a new Cyraxx video after this episode of A.D.A, I will only be covering two things, and that is his tech getting destroyed. On March 4th, Cyraxx got tricked into killing another one of his Xboxes. This time, they sent the USB controller stick inside of a wired Xbox controller. Immediately afterwards, N-Word Boy took, credibility for it, I believe? For those asking, Killstick Xbox controller, sent to the PDF file Lolcow. Success, the three amigos win again. The three amigos being N-Word Boy, William Gloryhole, and of course the Drift King of Akron, Marty. Once Marty died, there was no real reason for William and N-Word Boy not to go scorched earth on him. Because while Marty was alive, there is no arguing he could play Cyraxx better than anyone else on the planet. Anything that anyone else even did, Cyraxx would blame Marty for it. One of my favorite examples of that, back when CVG was still around, he did a stream where someone had stolen all the patio or porch furniture off of the porch. CVG then did another stream where he auctioned all of the furniture online. Again, CVG streamed that whole thing, and Cyraxx still blamed Marty for it. Now, I have a picture of this controller right here. Now, I have bought a lot of Xbox controllers in my time. After a while, the springs start to wear out, and you need to replace them if you want to be competitive in any game. There is nothing about this controller that would have tipped me off. Maybe the weight would have, but if I had like gone into a secondhand gaming store or even a pawn shop and saw this and got it, I would not have thought anything about it. Now, once Cyraxx broke it, he didn't think it was the controller. So I believe this is supposed to be cord. The cord, I think, just cooked my Xbox. Now, it's easy for a normal person to look at this and say, oh, he lost an Xbox Series S. They're not that expensive. They can easily be replaced. For a normal person, yes, that's true. The console is like 5 years old. Almost anyone can just walk into a GameStop, see it and say, huh, you know what? I'll get that. An impulse purchase. Well, unfortunately for Cyraxx, he's never had a job and makes no money, so that Xbox replacement is out of reach for him, as like a new car is for most people. Losing his Xbox also meant that he lost access to the entire gaming library that he had built up. Any game that he had purchased on Xbox or download through Game Pass was no longer playable. That left him with 3 options for gaming: his 2019 budget phone, a Chromebook from like 10 years ago, his PC, and his Wii. Now, very thankfully for us, Cyraxx, his reaction to breaking the Xbox was recorded. Oh, let me turn that up a little. Why'd you break my Xbox? I don't know, Cyraxx. Your reaction? Get you offline? Stop talking to children? I want to imagine the guy that's like on the phone with Cyraxx right now is dressed. I want to imagine it's Mario. He's got the same laugh. Funny him breaking like another console.
You stupid piece of shit. That's funny, Nicholas.
Yeah, so he's blaming Marty for this. And you're going to see later, he changes it from Marty to he accuses William of doing it. You think this is funny as the guy's laughing his head off?
Stop the goddamn laugh part. Wipe that goddamn smirk off your goddamn face,
Oh, yeah, that's Sally. So she's going to tell Cyraxx to shut his door another 3 times.
My shit, you asshole. Woo! It was Marty.
Yeah, that's number 2. It's Marty. This guy hasn't even said a single word. He's just laughing, and Cyraxx is still asking him questions. $500. We're gonna see later. Cyraxx is demanding $500 from William. He is demanding $500 from William Gloryhole in order to buy a new Xbox. $500 is more than any Xbox Series S that's out there. That is like the price of a Series X.
You will pay me, boy.
Nope.
Nope.
Really? Nope.
Get out of here, motherfucker. Go. Shut your door.
No.
You owe me $500, Marty.
Nope.
And you will pay them.
He thinks this is Marty. He's so deranged.
Or I'll make you do it.
Nope.
Oh, really?
Nope.
We'll see about that, bitch.
All right, so that's Cyraxx. Thankfully, we also have video of him destroying the Xbox. I was not going to leave this out. Oh, I got to take Cyraxx off for a second. Actually, sorry. Still new to OBS. I want you to look at this, number 1. When I saw this, I could not believe it. This looks like Cyraxx went to town on his Xbox with a red crayon. My personal theory is that he wanted to customize his Xbox, but he can't afford paint, so he had to like go into some drawer with a red crayon, and then he went to town on it for like 2 minutes. Again, you're gonna see why. He went to town on it for 2 minutes, gave up, and stopped. Yeah, look at that. You can clearly see where he's like digging it in, trying to like recolor it, but he's not. It doesn't even look. It looks terrible. All right, now if you look at the light at the very bottom of the Xbox, whenever you turn an Xbox on, if you are not an Xbox gamer, that glows up. Now, when the Xbox turns off, it turns off. Pretty obvious. I remember I was pretty shocked when I got my Wii as a kid. When it's on, it's green. When it's off, it's red. And my Wii was like busted at one point. So it would always make this noise and like have a yellow light. Yeah, and just like that, it's dead. It's dead. It's dead. It's gone. He killed his Xbox, and he thinks it's the cord, not the controller. Cyraxx. Now, as you can probably guess, Cyraxx was not happy about this. He tried to justify it saying, oh, I can play other games. I can play retro games. I can play PC games. And we're going to see him now, as Smugrax, giving all sorts of different reasons why. Oh no, this is actually a good thing.
Super quick.
Okay, number one, before we go any further, he sounds like he was screaming all night. His voice is as hoarse as I've ever heard it. The only time I've ever heard it worse, there was one time he had lost his voice from screaming so much.
Before I head to work.
Before I head off to work.
Do you think that you guys are stopping me by breaking my Xbox? No. You're not.
No. You're not.
You break a piece of my equipment? Like, did you actually break a piece of my equipment? Yeah. But you know what? I'm not even mad about it, bro.
I'm not even mad that I lost some... I'm not even mad that I broke something that I cannot replace.
And you want to know why I'm not mad? Because...
all you did was force me into a new kind of gaming.
Because you guys forced me to do gaming on PC, which is something I've been wanting to do for a long time.
Cyraxx has no job, no responsibilities, and a gaming PC as well as his Xbox. There was nothing stopping him. There was nothing stopping him from playing games on his computer.
I've been wanting to do PC style gaming for a while now, bro. So, y'all ain't stopping it, homie. Y'all just forced me into a different style of gameplay videos. That's all you did.
I have made a meme about this. I have tweeted about it. Cyraxx looks like the demon from Insidious does. Like, just with that hairdo alone.
Oh, shit.
Shit.
That's all y'all really did, man. Y'all just forced me into a different style of gameplay. That's all I've really done is just force me into a different style of gaming. And who knows, I may even do some retro style gaming.
I might even do some retro style gaming. I was about to say how it's like Wii and GameCube. Thing is, he doesn't understand. He can play Wii and GameCube games. Well, you're going to see soon he can't do that anymore. He could have played those games on his gaming PC at a higher graphics, higher resolution, better frame rate. I like to play GameCube games every now and then, but I'll only ever do it through emulation.
Man, who knows? I may even do some old school Wii or some GameCube style gameplay here soon, man. Who knows?
Cyraxx, when he's talking about this, he means playing like his old Wii, filming the TV, and uploading that. The reason is because Cyraxx, to my knowledge, does not have a capture card. And even if he did, the Wii and GameCube did not have HDMI. He has no way of capturing that video whatsoever.
Y'all didn't stop it like... Was I pissed off at first?
Was I pissed off at first? Based off his screaming and Sally telling him to shut the door?
Yeah.
Yes.
But looking back,
yeah.
I'm not... I'm not pissed off now. If anything... If anything, I can't wait. I can't wait to do PC gaming for you guys, man. I'm excited for that.
He can't wait to do PC gaming for his audience. Now we're at my favorite part of this video. Cyraxx blames Marty for it, again, and then he actually implies he knew something like this was going to happen and had prepared by downloading PC games onto his PC, obviously. To me, this sounds like, yeah, I knew you were going to break my Xbox with that controller, but you know what? Rather than just not plug in the controller, I prepared by downloading games on other systems.
Because see, Marty thought he was 1 step ahead. I was 3 steps ahead because while he bricked my Xbox,
You might have been 1 step ahead of me, but I was 3 steps ahead of you.
I already have my games already downloaded on my PC ready to go.
I already had my PC games downloaded, ready to go. I don't care what it is. When I break something, even if I haven't used it in a while, I start getting really upset about it, thinking like, oh man, now what am I going to do? I got to replace it. This is a real story. I have an Xbox Series X. One day, in my office, I went to get a coffee. I came back, and the way my office was set up, I had my computer and my console right there. I had tripped, and I had spilt my coffee right into my Xbox Series X. The way that console is set up, it's kind of like a chimney. The vents are all on the top. So that coffee went right through the system. I immediately turned it off, unplugged it, flipped it upside down, and I contacted one of my friends who he knows how to fix every single game console. I cannot explain it to you. One of the things he will do for fun, he will take Famicom Disk System games and put an English translation onto them. He pretty much told me that's all he could do. Thankfully, my Xbox was not harmed. But yeah, I would have been so upset if that had happened. Like if that got damaged from that. And that was a total accident.
So yeah, nice try, dumbass. Nice try, quote unquote, try to stop me from gaming. Well, guess what, motherfucker? You ain't stopped.
Well, Cyraxx ended up realizing he was not in fact fine with this new style of gameplay. I don't know what it was. Maybe he wanted to play Fortnite and he didn't know his login info, so every skin he had gone. Maybe he wanted to play Red Dead Redemption. I don't know. But he ended up demanding that William Gloryhole repay the money for the Xbox and then some. Because like I said earlier, there is no Xbox Series S that costs $500.
So I want to say this right now, just real quickly.
Look at that lump on his head, like right above his left eyebrow. Left his side, not like on the camera.
You need to knock your shit off. And you will pay me the $500.
You will pay me the $500.
Xbox, motherfucker. Because I know it was.
I don't think either of those are going to happen.
I know it was you. I want you to show up to my house so I can beat your fucking ass for what you've done.
That is Cyraxx's way of calling the police on somebody. He doesn't know where any of his trolls live. He's too stupid to find out. So what he relies on, he will say, hey, come to my house. Fight me. And then, if somebody comes to his house, he will call the police to get them arrested. He has tried this multiple times. It does not work. And here he is trying it again.
You owe me a new Xbox, boy.
Ooh, dropping the hard R's, Cyraxx.
New Xbox, you fucking punk ass little bitch.
Remember, at first, he accused Marty of doing this, not William.
Either that or $500. Pay up.
Pay up.
Pay up. Because what you did is illegal as f. That's called destruction of property. That is a felony.
That is probably against the law, destruction of property. Shame that Cyraxx is the one who destroyed the Xbox, so can't get him there, and it's also probably not a felony.
So I dare you to show.
Imagine you're in prison, you're a felon, and some guy who, I don't know, he was an accessory to murder, says to you, hey, what did you do? And you say, I bricked an Xbox.
To my house, motherfucker. You won't even come and knock on the goddamn door like a real man. At least Marty fucking showed up like a man.
Yeah, Marty did show up like a man. And what did you do, Cyraxx? You hid in the attic. Okay, so Marty showed up multiple times. The first time, Marty showed up at the lake, said, hey, you know what? Cyraxx, meet me at Little Mike's. I believe that's a bar. He went there. Cyraxx was a no-show. Cyraxx later said, where were you? We were driving around looking for you. So that happened. Then there was the infamous wintertime visit. Marty went to his house. He actually spoke with Sally and Ed. That was the time where Ed said to him, "Do I know you?" And Marty said, "Not formally." Cyraxx, prepared, he streamed himself playing UFC on his Xbox and drank coffee to hydrate. Well, when Marty showed up, where was Cyraxx? Hiding in the attic, and he sent his grandmother and Ed to face his battles for him, while he called the police on Marty.
At least he knocked on the door. At least he faced me like a man. All you do is run your suck little mouth, bro. So, William, be a man. Stop hiding like a behind the screen, you stupid up of a human being.
Okay, let's talk about Cyraxx saying William is hiding behind a screen. I want to remind you, another person who knocked on his door, Gordon, the ex-stepfather, he went to visit 339, knocked on the door. Cyraxx actually answered the door, saw it was Gordon, slammed it shut, and ran upstairs. He is the biggest coward on the planet.
Sold me a new goddamn Xbox, pendejo. You owe me a new Xbox or $500. Take your fucking pick, kid.
Take your pick. How about secret option 3? Neither.
You owe me a new Xbox, boy. So yeah, William, I'm calling your ass out. I dare you to show up to my house so I can cave your face in. Because I have zero issue going to jail over your ass.
I have zero issue going to jail. When Cyraxx went to jail for attacking Aware of Myself, while he was getting arrested, he was screaming for help from the landlord. Ed, call Karen, now!
I'll gladly take the charge of beating your ass. Because at least Marty was a man. At least Marty was a man. He faced me like a man.
Yeah, look at his beard. What? Yeah.
You hide like a punk ass bitch, William. And even the trolls here will acknowledge that fact.
No, the trolls will all look. Okay, what am I looking at? How does he have that line like right above his nose? You can't see it, but like I'm trying to do it right now and I can't. Maybe it's because I don't know. How does he do that?
Marty faced me like a man, bro. At least he faced me like a goddamn man. You don't do except hide like a coward, you stupid. At least Marty showed his face. At least Marty showed the fuck up when he came here a couple years ago. At least he showed the fuck up. But William, all you do is run and hide like the coward that you are.
I'll remind you, Cyraxx will not throw out the garbage until it's nighttime, because he is actually afraid that there are trolls hiding in the bushes waiting to ambush him.
So if y'all don't know what the William Gloryhole did, a couple of days ago, he sent a USB control. He sent a USB cord with a controller and all kinds of to my house, pretending to be a friend, and then he literally bricked.
And you fell for it. And you fell for it.
Why? Because he's a stupid little. He's a fucking coward, and I'm gonna either get my money or a new Xbox. And guess what, William? There's not a goddamn police officer.
How about this, Cyraxx? You will own nothing, and you will not be happy. Also, listen to what he's about to say. He's about to say, no one will save me.
There's not a goddamn military personnel. There's no one on the face of this earth that is going to save me from beating.
Yeah, nobody will save you from what's coming to you, Cyraxx. That is a fact.
Your fucking ass. So, William, you got 3 options, motherfucker.
Okay, so now he has 3 options. Option 1, buy a new Xbox, which will not happen. Option 2, give Cyraxx $500, which also will not happen. And there's option number 3. So Cyraxx seems to think he can beat William like he's a piñata. And I can say with absolute certainty that will also not happen.
Show up to my house and knock on my door and face me like a man. pay me the $500+ that you owe me for a new system, or buy me a new fucking system, you little bitch. Those are your only 3 options, and you ain't getting out of it. I'm not giving you a choice.
So Cyraxx was having a bit of a tough time. He lost his Xbox, couldn't do any gaming through that, and he was not happy with PC gaming. Well, you know what they say, beggars cannot be choosers. Like I said, he lost his Xbox. Now he was about to lose his PC. Cyraxx was tricked into downloading an Indian scammer remote desktop-like program onto his PC. And through that, a troll put a virus onto his computer. Thankfully, this was recorded.
Bro, what the fuck?
Bro, what the fuck? Uh-oh. Alright. If this happened to your PC, would you just let this happen? Oh, okay, also, for those watching, in the top right corner, there's an FPS counter. Right now, it is at 21 FPS. A little while ago, I believe it was at 25. We're about to see it go down to like 9. So, if you let somebody on your computer and it starts making these noises, if I was using a desktop, I would immediately like unplug it from the wall straight up. I wouldn't even mess with the power button. If I'm using a laptop, I would straight up like I would hold that power button down as long as I could, hoping and praying that my computer is okay. Cyraxx does nothing to stop this and just lets it happen.
What the f is popping?
He just let this guy destroy his computer. Oh, great background, Cyraxx. At the time, I believe he did a Dead Space. Okay, he took the game Dead Space remake around this time, and he tried to do a playthrough. It was on baby mode. Like, I played Dead Space 1. I didn't get very far. It's a hard game. He played it on baby mode, where you get like all this ammo. It's almost impossible to die, and you kill the enemies a lot easier. He was playing on baby mode and couldn't complete a simple puzzle and rage quit the game because baby mode didn't change the puzzles. It just changed like the action aspect. Oh, 10 FPS. What I would give to see the system processes on this right now.
They're placing viruses in my shit.
They're placing viruses in my computer, and he does nothing to stop it. He does nothing to stop it. He just sits there and watches. Look at this. If your PC colors invert, unplug it. Oh, I saw a cap cut there. Cyraxx does not look like someone who edits his videos whatsoever, so not sure what that's doing there. Okay, I did not know that was there. Let's see. Oh, no, that's Task Manager for, like, his browser. Got me excited there. I want to see, like, 100% on everything. Oh, still using this computer? Pop-up, top left corner says, LOL. And just like that, it's gone. Great work, Cyraxx. Now that Cyraxx was unable to use his PC anymore, he decided he was going to call William Gloryhole and give him a piece of his mind. Now, we're only going to look at a little bit of this.
So why don't you just man up and admit it? You steal my because you don't want me to make any money because you think I don't deserve happiness.
That's true. He does not. William does not want Cyraxx to make any money, and Cyraxx does not deserve happiness.
Why is that? Because you and I both know that all your shit's a fucking lie, bro. It's all a goddamn fucking lie, and you know it, dude. You know I ain't actually out here talking to kids. Y'all are just trying to do that to make profit off me, homeboy. That's all it fucking.
Homeboy.
Y'all want to make money off my back for the rest of my life. Why is that? Man, the fuck up, tell me why it is that you feel like you have the right to fucking use me as a fucking bartering chip to make money off me.
You're gonna shut the fuck up so I can answer you? It's because you talk to fucking children, you piece of shit. They just dumped your...
Okay, so yes, you're about to hear William say they just dumped your Discord logs, which is true. At this time, Cyraxx also had a virus on his motherboard. This virus let people see what Cyraxx was doing on his computer, look into his webcam, and Cyraxx had no idea about this. So they got his Discord logs, dumped the whole thing. And so yeah, Cyraxx was talking to children. Cyraxx, after all this evidence, will deny, cry. That never happened. It's...
Logs from Discord. Boy, shut your ass up, you fucking loving little freak. Doing damn good and fucking well that I am fucking doing shit. And guess what? I have proven time and time again. Cyraxx has never proven anything. Cyraxx counts on the person he's talking to not knowing the situation and just taking him at his word. He does not understand how there's all this video of what he does that's just out there.
You've never proven you're not doing it. We've proven that you talk to girls.
Piece of white trash. You know damn good and well why you're doing it, William. You know damn good and well why you're doing it, boy.
I'm not the one talking to children, Chance.
You know damn well I ain't talking to kids. That's your fucking narrative.
That's your narrative.
That you're using to with me.
Those are your Discord logs, Chance, not mine.
That's your narrative, bro. That's your made-up narrative. I got you on video evidence and on screenshot.
Somehow video evidence is only acceptable when Cyraxx has it. And he will also take screenshots that are completely fake and he will act like that is legal evidence. I think one of the best ones is he believed that Marty was alive for a very long time. Honestly, he might even still believe it to this day because of a fake Discord screenshot of Marty, William, and N-word boy talking, where it's like Marty's hiding out in the Caribbean.
Admitting that you steal my so why don't you just man up and admit it?
Okay, I'll make you a deal. I'll man up and say that when you man up and say that you talk shit.
I ain't doing shit.
Then I ain't doing shit either. Then I ain't doing it either.
Oh, really? Then I'll see you in court.
I'll see you in court.
I'll see you in court. Cyraxx complained about how his family couldn't afford the $100 for a lawyer. He has no... When he's in a court case, he is terrified. He knows that they cannot afford it. He is scared. And then, when he is not in one, he will threaten to have one. It is insane.
Go cry to Sally. Mommy! Mommy! They're mean to me! Mommy!
Now, unfortunately, Cyraxx was able to get back into his PC. The reason why, some idiot buddy troll taught Cyraxx how he could reinstall Windows. Now, that helped him get on his computer again, but it did not do anything to stop the virus that was on the motherboard. Cyraxx, in one last-ditch effort to get rid of it, decided that he was going to take some stranger's advice and put some program directly into his BIOS. This fried his motherboard. As always, I had some highlights right here.
It just cut it off. Oh,
Now, this video, the only way I can describe it, it's like when you're watching a horror movie. You know that somebody is about to die. They say something like, "Oh man, the power's out in the whole cabin. I'm going to go to the boathouse where the breaker is alone. And I'll turn it back on." And then like they're gone. Maybe there's like a cat jump scare. Moral of the story is, you know they're going to die. You just don't know how long they have.
Hey, spam F2 again. I hope this didn't on my PC, man.
Oh, but it did.
Alright, so now we're back to tools. Easy RAID installer, SSD security erase tool, NVMe. Alright, I'll just restart the PC. I'll just restart it. Yeah. Alright, you ready?
Now, I want to say this about BIOS for computers. I have computers where I run a dual boot system between Windows and Linux. That is the only time I am okay going to the BIOS. Any other time, I feel like I am someplace I should not be.
Alright, tell me when.
Yeah, Cyraxx just installed something.
B55 NCE C3.46. How would I check the motherboard to see what type it is? I hope we didn't f it up.
Oh, but you did, Cyraxx. He killed his motherboard. Like, to my knowledge, the part can't be used in another PC build. Like, it's just gone.
I think we f it up. I don't know. But as you can see, no signal.
He's learning. I want you to imagine. Cyraxx has access to ChatGPT. He could have explained this problem to ChatGPT, and it would have told him how to fix it. Instead, what does he do? He listens to some stranger on Discord that tells him, no, you need to go into your BIOS, and you need to change this. He's the dumbest person alive.
I don't know. But as you can see, no signal. It is.
He did that Chris Chan stress sigh. Oh, wait. Say it, Cyraxx. Get those hopes up.
Yeah, they placed a kill in the goddamn thing.
I was too early. They placed a kill in the thing. No, Cyraxx. You placed a kill in this thing. You went out of your way to listen to some guy you shouldn't have. Oh, wait. Say it.
Oh, wait. Maybe not.
That is the happiest Cyraxx has been in probably a while, thinking his computer was back.
Yep.
Fuck! Ah, what a goblin. I have no pity for him. I have no pity for him whatsoever. Cyraxx is an active predator. There's not much else to say. He should not have any technology. Obviously, I would prefer for Cyraxx to be in prison or jail, but I will accept him being trapped in the attic, Rapunzel style, with no computers as well. Cyraxx lost his Xbox, lost his PC, and hopefully he's going to lose that 2019 Samsung A10 budget phone and his Chromebook as well. Then we are finally never going to have to see him ever again. At least until he's in the news for attacking Sally. Now, that is the end of our Cyraxx segment, and we'll be moving on to the biggest segment of all. The Snakenoing of DSP. This was such a big event that I genuinely considered making it a full-on video. But like I said in the last A.D.A, I'm more of a Phil tourist than anything. I watched him on Kino Casino. I really liked the Null interview. But his own content cannot pull me in. Oh, I forgot to put the fill up. I forgot to put the fill up. Great. Now, if you didn't know, Phil and PPP did a stream together called Smart Guys. In that stream, they covered wrestling. Like I said earlier, I'm not too into wrestling, at all. Well, they did a show together, and after half a year of befriending Phil, PPP made the cardinal sin of calling Phil's wife Kat fat. This set Phil into a tailspin, and on March 12th, he announced his 3 paths going forward. Now, this is very long, so bear with me.
So, course number 1 is a simple course, but it's a course that would mean a lot of changes for me. All right? Sell out.
Sell out? It is too late for you to ever sell out, Phil. Phil's chance to sell out was 10 years ago, either when he was in Machinima or had just left. He likes to say that he does positive content. But the truth is, Phil has amassed such a toxic audience, no gaming studio is going to touch him.
Just give up on the fact that I've been this stubborn ass for the last 10 to 15 years of my life and career and say, I give up on trying to be different. I give up on trying to do things in a different way. I should just do what's best for myself and my family and say, fuck all this. Stop standing on my own laurels, my own values, my own loyalty, my honesty. What does it all really mean anyway?
My own honesty. I'd like to remind you, Phil, when he was on Side Scrollers, he lied to almost every question. And when he was called out for this later, his justification was, well, they just needed an answer. I gave them an answer. It didn't have to be the truth. He is not honest at all.
Right? At the end of the day, does any of it actually matter? Or does what matters is that I have the ability to provide for my family? Okay? Send me your game. Send me your product. Send me this, and I will shill it. Right?
I'm clipping that. I am clipping. Send me your product. Send me your game. I will shill it.
I will shill everything possible. I'll use your referral code. I will play your game early, and I will not break the street date, and I won't say a negative word about your game. I'll kiss its butt. I'll do exclusive stream previews for my audience so they'll see games ahead of time, and I'll get everything early, and I'll do advanced reviews and sneak peeks, and you can fly me out to events where you can schmooze me in person and fluff me up.
As Phil is saying this, he's starting to think like, hey, that would be such a good go. They could fly me places, schmooze me up, give me free stuff. I think that if he could have done this, if Phil could sell out, he would have done that in a heartbeat.
So that I can get hype for your game and say your game is the best game ever. Everyone should be excited for it. Everyone should buy it. And you in turn will give me money, or you will give me exclusive access to that so that then I will benefit from it. And then it'll be you pat me on the back, I pat you on the back, unspoken rule that we will keep this in the loop and we'll all just keep helping each other in a circle. And that's how we all make bank, and that's how we all get by. I could have done that and done that over a decade ago. I was in that group.
Yes, Phil, you could have done that a decade ago. Oh, okay, I paused a good moment, by the way. Phil could have done that a decade ago. And you know what the difference would be today? He would be much better off. He would actually Phil would probably have a better reputation being some industry gaming shill than he does today from King of Hate and then positive content.
I chose actively to not do it, but I could. It would mean a complete shift of focus. It would mean a complete and utter change from the content that I have put out for the last 16 plus years. There would be no honesty. It would be all fluff.
There would be no honesty. There is no honesty, Phil. There is no honesty. You will tell your audience, oh, I need that money to pay this bill. And then, once he gets that money, the first thing he will do is put it into WWE champions. That is the biggest... I can't think of a bigger lie any other streamer, content creator has done. Maybe besides like saying someone died when they haven't.
You would never hear me talking about detractors ever again. I actually mean that. Like, it would mean I have to never be honest again about any of that stuff. I have to pretend like it's all white noise and doesn't exist and doesn't get to me. It would just be me talking about games, game news, and all these promotions. Here's a referral code. Please click it. Please buy this merch. Please buy this game. Here's, it would be very different from who and what I am today and always have been. It would be a complete change of take. All right. That's path number one.
All right. Path number two, return to the King of Hate and become as toxic as possible.
That's the path going to the left, I feel. Okay. Now, there is another path going to the right. And that path, ladies and gentlemen, is the path of drama. The path of hate. The return of the old school, classic, no holds barred, no punches pulled, say whatever the fuck I want, do whatever the fuck I want, because I'm the big dog in the yard and no one's gonna fuck with me. The return of the king of hate, Darkside Phil.
Phil can never go back to being the old school king of hate that he used to be. I want you to, if you ever get the chance and you're not aware of this, just look up Darkside Phil Dead Space. Phil would lose his channel for that these days.
I on everything, I make fun of everything, I razz everything, and I cause drama. I talk shit and everyone hates me and I hate them back. So I'm constantly arguing with people. We've got arguments, we've got fights, I'm going on podcasts and I'm fucking tearing people a new ass, but then they're tearing me a new ass. And we got people at each other's throats, and I'm appearing on Lolcow Live and Kino Casino, and I'm screaming at the host, and they're screaming back at me, and we're going crazy. And there's just drama left, right, up, and down. Darkside Phil always causing problems for everyone. He just won't keep his fucking mouth shut because he bothers everyone, and he talks.
Okay, Phil. Darkside Phil bothers everyone? That is not an option you can walk down. That is something that happens daily.
About everyone. Why can't he just shut the fuck up? But it's very entertaining when he opens his mouth, and you always want to hear the next thing he's going to say because you don't know how crazy it's going to be, and you don't know who he's not afraid to piss off next.
I was expecting a snort there. I was really expecting a snort.
The right-hand choice. Okay? Complete polar opposite of the left-hand choice. Because I'm not playing the game. I'm ignoring, I'll still play video games, sure, but this would be leaning completely and utterly into the drama. Internet blood sport. I'm coming at all these motherfuckers who've come after me for the last 10 to 15 years. I'm going to destroy every single fucking one of them. And then when I'm done with them, because it won't take long to go through these fucking schlubs who shat on me for so long. When I'm done with every one of those fucking losers and there's just a pile of broken fucking bodies at my feet, then I'm going after everyone else. No one is fucking safe from the king.
That is actually such a speech. I think like Phil taking a sip out of his drink right here too. He's thinking like, yeah, I could walk down that path, couldn't I?
But then there's the third row.
The third road is literally him justifying, well, I'm not going to go through those two successful paths. So path number 3 is e-begging.
Okay?
Okay?
There's the third row. And the third road is the hardest. And the third road is the most challenging and the toughest. All right? Because the third road is the road that no one travels. It's the road that don't sell out, but don't become a drama queen, person here. But the third road is the road where I listen directly to my viewers and I do my best to take constructive criticism and change for the better in the future. But I be my own person. I don't become the shill sellout. I don't become the drama queen, king of hate. But instead, I'm just me. I sit here every day and I hang out with you and we have honest, fun conversations about gaming, about news, about other stuff. I do branch out from time to time and do different kinds of content, but it's not always my major focus. If new hot games come out, we can go back and enjoy them. If a chill indie game's out, we can hang out and like it. But we can also adjust and pivot on the fly. I'm not going to be the king of hate or the king of anything. I'm not going to be the shill king where I make a ton of money, but I'm still going to be
the king of e-begging.
Me, and I won't lose myself, and I won't have to change and take the easy way out like everyone else has. All right? But there is a caveat to all of it. All right? And here's the caveat. Here's the kicker. Here's the catch. Here's the trick. Here's the thing that so many people seem to have issue with when I take that third road. All right? The road.
The issue people have, Phil, he will beg for money and then he will waste it on DoorDash. You know what? he can eat DoorDash all he likes. I think the main issue is like WWE champions and the lying from that. From what I understand, like, he spent over $100,000 on that phone game. That's a house in like some states. That is a really nice car. That is years of groceries. And then Phil will beg for money. I need that money so I can... He literally just said the other day, I need $900 so I can eat McDonald's. When he was talking with Steve Cambion said, Phil, I was watching this video of you, and you begged for money 103 times in like 2 hours. How is that possible?
I have to do things differently. And because I'm doing it differently and I don't have sponsor money and I don't have drama money, I have to ask my viewers for money. Because I'm asking you daily if you like the third road, the road that's the hardest out of all of them, where I'm not going to get big corporations backing me and a bunch of people who like internet blood sports throwing their money at me. I'm going to need those who want that different kind of content to actually come and support it. And I'm going to be asking you every day.
So those were Phil's 3 paths going forward. I think personally he could do path 1 and 2 at the same time. It would be really good, especially if he's like, you know what? My name is Darkside Phil. I'm the Battlefield guy, and I will debate any Call of Duty YouTuber on why Battlefield is better. That would be pretty cool. But instead he chose, no, I just want to do e-begging all day. Somehow, that was not it for that stream. This all culminated with Phil addressing PPP calling Cat fat, and he said, if PPP does it one more time, they were through.
You will tip me $40 right now if I properly address Ashton berating my wife again. All right, you ready? Ashton is f***ed up for ever bringing up my wife.
Uh-oh.
Never have her name.
Watch out, Ashton.
Mouth. And I've spoken with him about it. And if he continues to bring her up in his content, whether it's his show or mine, Smart Guys, I will no longer work with him.
Phil wasn't messing around.
We've had it out. I talked to him about it. It's fucked up that he would ever bring her up. It's one thing if he brings me up and he wants to razz on me because he's helped me out tremendously. All right? My wife has nothing to do with him or his content. And I swear to God, if he fucking brings her up again in a negative way in his content, I will cut ties with that man.
Tell him, Phil. Phil has more subscribers than PPP. But at the same time, Phil does not have as many fans as PPP. Even though he's like bigger on paper, PPP is like the big dog in their relationship. He's not going to big dog PPP. Moral of the story.
So there you go. I don't care about your $40 tip because I know you weren't going to send it anyway. I know you were. But it's about time that I said that because it needed to be said and everyone's been talking about it. Okay? They're not going to pay up. They were a troll. No one's going to pay $40 for me to say that, but it needed to be said.
So you just saw Phil saying that he thought that his business partner insulting his wife was a little bit too much. And you know what? I think a lot of people would agree with that. So what did PPP say in response? It is a fact. I'm not sure why there's so much hostility surrounding observing reality. Maybe it's because he lives in a walled-off fantasy land of his own creation where black is white, up is down, and it's mature positive content, dude. I just want to point out the following. DSP actually didn't give a single fuck about me joking about his wife. He allowed me to do it to his face over and over. He never said a word. Only when detractors made fun of him for it did he care. It's all he cares about. It was not Phil's natural instinct or reaction to defend his wife. He needed to be told by the people who hate him the most that it was what he was supposed to do. I would respect his ultimatum if it was sincere and it actually bothered him. But all Phil cares about is his ego and money. He will say, I'm the bad guy and the villain in this, and he's just an innocent little victim who didn't do anything. But as I said, he's no victim. He didn't want to hear me tell the truth anymore. I was too real last week, and his ultimatum was I was too real last week, and this ultimatum was his way out, save his ego. Finally, this isn't about his wife, it's about respect. Phil showed zero respect to me or Andy, or Steve, or anyone else who tried to help him yesterday. He threw it all in my face with his third path lazy bullshit and refusal to ever try or put in effort. It's a waste of resources. Phil's attempt to get PPP to kneel down did not work whatsoever, and then Phil would do an hour-and-a-half stream dedicated to the topic. He made sure to let everybody know that he would be doing Smart Guys solo going forward.
So basically, why am I doing Smart Guys solo? All right. Well, it's very simple.
Well, it's very simple.
Okay? PPP on his show, Kino Casino, has increasingly started up with rhetoric that's pretty toxic, negative, and insulting towards myself and my family. Now, there's a difference between myself and my family. I want you to understand that, okay? Definitely the rhetoric has kicked up, and in particular, where I started to get wind that this was happening and it really was upsetting me, was PPP starts bringing up my wife. So, finally, fast forward to this year and today and all this stuff going on. And all of a sudden, after weeks of PPP escalating this rhetoric on his show, this toxic stuff about me, which again, I don't give. I really don't. I've got thick skin. I don't care what you say about.
I've got thick skin. I've got thick skin. Phil's chat, the way it has been described is it has been called Snort Korea, because all he does is ban people who go in there and say anything contrary to his opinion. There is a red emote on YouTube that's like, I don't know how to say it. It's like a displeased, disappointed face. It's red. Phil, if he's dying in a game, people will post that in his chat. And if people do it too much, he will have them banned for posting an emote on YouTube. He has some of the thinnest skin, paper thin skin, that I've ever seen in my life. Anything that's a slight against him, you're gone.
Me, say it, get your rise, get people to talk.
You can't even joke with him. You can't even joke with him if you're not like a big dog like the Kino Casino who he was trying to work with.
Wash your money for it. I just don't care. I don't. But when you start bringing up my family members for literally no reason, besides, oh, maybe this will also get something out of the audience. Maybe this will get a rise out of Phil. Because if you want to know the truth, I think that's what this is all about. I think that PPP wants to get a rise out of me. He wants to have me here freak out and start, going full path number 2, the return of the king of hate, the angry man who just wants to rage against everything and burn everything down around him and hurt everyone around him because all I care about is myself and, go crazy. And I totally feel like that's what it is. All right.
All right.
But basically, when you start bringing up my wife for absolutely no reason, again, there's no reason. It's not like Kat is part of my content. She's not. Right? She was in like 3-4 streams last year. She stopped being part of the content. She's not affecting anything. So it's that simple. All right. It is. It's just that simple. Of course, you guys wouldn't know this, but I've spoken with him about this many times. Okay? Many times. This isn't the first time, second time. And every time I say, this has to stop, he apologizes. He says, I got too worked up. I got into my rhetoric again. I'm sorry. Okay, fine.
I don't think Phil understands. PPP likes to stir the pot. That has been his thing ever since he first came online. He likes to get people going. And he knew that would get Phil going. This was the reaction that he was looking for.
And then some time will pass, and then he does it again. And it's like, wait, what are you doing? We had the conversation already. You understood it was wrong. You apologized for it. So if you did that, why are you doing it again? Okay? So tonight, on my late stream, excuse me, at 6:45 p.m. Pacific time, Pacific Daylight Time, over on the DSP Reacts channel and on my Kick channel, I will be solo streaming Smart Guys covering SmackDown and Raw from this week. It's going to be wrestling commentary and a lot of interaction with you guys because this is the...
All right, what Phil's about to say is exactly why I do not like live streams. A good live stream, in my opinion, is something that you can listen to after the fact and still enjoy it. You know what I do not enjoy? I do not like every, I don't know, 2 minutes having the stream stop to hear, hey, Kino fan 420, thanks for the $2. Oh, and yeah, by the way, I totally agree. You don't know what the guy said because the streamer doesn't read it out, and it just stops the flow entirely. That is what Phil thinks is better. When in reality, I think what's better is if he had a podcast, just like go through the whole thing. He can do super chat segments. He can do them all at the end. But the way Phil describes it, I can't listen to it.
Difference, when I'm on the show with him, it's him and me interacting. So I don't really have opportunity to talk much with the chat. Now it's going to be me and the chat. So it's going to be a little bit different kind of show, more of an interactive dynamic. I'll be shouting out contributions right away. We'll be having that conversation immediately.
Yeah, that's what Phil thinks about. I'll be shouting out those contributions right away. Because he wants to be able to see the super chats. And he knows if he reads them out, he'll get more.
And we'll see how it goes. Like I said, if it goes well, if people show up and engage and support, I will continue to do the show through WrestleMania. And then we'll see what happens after WrestleMania. If I continue to do the show or not, I'm not sure. All right. I mean, I feel like I've invested over 2 months of work into this show, and I don't want to just throw the show away simply because we're making a change in format like this. And we're at the hottest time of wrestling right now. Like, there's actually a lot to talk about that happened this week on SmackDown and Raw that I want to address and give you my thoughts. And I think it's great. So hopefully you guys will still show up for the show tonight, despite the fact that PPP will not be on it. Okay. Okay. And we'll go from there. Now, if tonight I do the show solo and it's a disaster and no one shows up and no one engages and no one supports and no one likes it, then I'll just cancel it. I mean, I don't want to. I really don't. I want to do the show, but I'm not going to continue to do a show no one wants. You know, there's no point. So
another thing I'd like to say for Phil's wrestling show, Smart Guys, what you see behind him right now, this is the background for his wrestling show too. It's his backdrop for everything. The only thing remotely wrestling to this is that screen he's got on the right-hand side. That plays like wrestling stuff that's cropped not properly because it's like 4:3 instead of 16:9. And he's got like a table. He's got like, what are they called? A tablecloth? He's got one of those that says Phil Mania on it. Besides that, you have a crown, a fake microphone, PlayStation letters for the controller, the buttons, Mario stickers or pins, and then Lego flowers. This has nothing to do with wrestling.
Let's see what happens. All right. Now, what I'd like to do, because not only there's a million questions here about all of this. All right, there is.
All right, I am not sure how this is going to sound in the actual video or the actual A.D.A episode. I could not listen to that Phil stuff any longer. I had to do a serious cut just then. I was not able to listen to Phil go on about that for how long he was doing it. It was like unbearable. Minutes felt like hours. I've never... It's pignosis. I couldn't handle it. So that was Phil's version of events. Unbelievably hard to listen to. Well, that very same day, PPP went on Steve Camion's show, Truth Seekers, and he would give his own recap on that story.
Now, folks, when it comes to calling cat fat cat, I was under the impression amongst fat people, amongst fellow people of calories, that fat was our word.
Yeah.
I thought I had a right to use that word. And it's not just a right that I was given by birth. I earned that right to call people fat every fucking day when I stuff my blowhole with 4,000, 5,000, 6,000, sometimes 7,000 calories, if not more a day. I work at it. I work at maintaining calling people fat. My fat card, okay?
Yeah.
Look, I'm fat.
My fat card. PPP, or Triple P, as Steve would call you. You do not need a card to show people that you're fat.
I'm fat, damn it. So I don't really know how lame on his stream saying all sorts of about his wife, about everything. And he never said a fucking thing. Most people's first instinct,
Yeah.
you go after your wife, they say, "Fuck you, bitch. Let's fucking square up and fight. Fuck you. You can't say that." And they fucking check you.
Yeah, I would.
No,
If you.
he has no instinct whatsoever to defend his wife or care for his wife. The only reason he now suddenly has found this conscience for his wife is because the people that hate him the most told him he should, not because he actually gives a fuck about his wife. If he actually cared about and honored and cherished his wife, I would have honored his ultimatum. But I know it comes from a place of disingenuous fucking bull.
You're right.
I know he doesn't actually care about his wife, because if he did, his wife wouldn't be in the condition she fucking is in. Let's be real. Phil
kind of wrecked her.
Let's talk about this, right? Because it's kind of distasteful to talk about people's wives, right? Like, it's not really like polite or nice.
I agree.
Whatever. Yeah. But here's the thing. Dark Side Phil is no fucking babe in the woods. When Dark Side Phil put Cat on stream, this wasn't 2012 Phil, 2013 Phil, 2014, 2015, 2016 Phil. This was like 2023, 2024 Dark Side Phil.
Yeah, recent.
He knew what sort of audience he had. He knew right well that when the detractors saw his wife, what they would say, how they would mock her, how they would on her, how they would cripple her self-esteem and confidence with what they said. And he did it anyway. He exposed his wife to all of that anyway, knowing what would happen. Yeah. And I think that's a fucking scumbag move, to tell you the truth.
Normally, behind the scenes stuff with Phil is beyond bland, but PPP would let us know that he would get drunk texts from Phil every day almost at 4 a.m. in the morning. Well, I guess it's pretty redundant, huh? But he also mentioned how Phil said no to a free vacation. We'll get more into that once we get to it.
It's every day at 4 in the morning, this guy gets drunk as fuck on gin.
Ooh, wow, really?
I don't know if he's next to his wife.
I'll say this. PPP lives in Ontario. Phil lives in Washington State. I'm not sure what the main time zone difference is, like time-wise, but I'm sure it's not. Phil can't be doing that past 1 a.m. I gotta say that.
Wife in bed while she's sleeping after her hard day of working in retail and then cooking for him and cleaning for him and picking up after him. I don't know if he's in bed next to her or where he is, but he's drunk as a fucking skunk off gin, doing WWE champions polls, messaging me all sorts of sad shit about his life, about how this isn't going right, that's not going right, feel bad for me, what can you do for me, me.
He's a taker. He's a taker. He doesn't reciprocate.
By the way, this guy, I was so desperate to get him out of the house, you know? And I'll just be open and honest about this, and a lot of people will judge me for what I'm about to say. But I offered to pay this guy's flight and his wife's flight to Florida for the Super Bowl. So that
I want to remind you, PPP is going to say that Phil said no to this. Phil also has not gone on a honeymoon with his wife, Kat. Meanwhile, again, like I said earlier, he has spent over $100,000 on WWE champions, a bejeweled knockoff with wrestling characters. Also that way, he can get PNGs of wrestlers that he could download off Google Images.
That we could hang out in Florida. We were all going to fly down together. I offered to pay for the pet sitter for his pets. I offered to pay for his wife's ticket, his ticket, give them 2-3 days alone so they could have the honeymoon they never fucking had. He turned it down because he had to take care of his cat.
He couldn't leave the cat with a stranger, P. Come on.
It would be a traumatic experience for him.
Something that's going to get brought up is that Phil had told PPP that his wife had cancer. Something that PPP honestly was pretty reluctant to say on that show. Well, Phil would later go on to say that he lied about his wife having cancer, so I'm just going to play this anyways.
Yeah.
You know, he's concerned that his wife is going to die and she's becoming more religious. And so Phil feels like he needs to be more religious, and so he can't be a heel. And I just feel like
come on.
I feel like that's nonsense, because he actually is just an evil, horrible piece of all the time anyway, and he's not religious whatsoever.
You should embrace
and I
the
just
heel.
feel like it's a total excuse because he doesn't want to actually have to deal with people dunking on him, and so he hides away from controversy and conflict. And I don't know, man. I just don't have any respect for Phil.
The last thing that I'll show from that stream, Phil went live himself and got stream sniped by both PPP and Steve.
I seem to have some space to move for once. It's like a revelation, like I've been freed and I can actually like take a breath and stretch. It's kind of weird. It's almost like something's changed around here. I'm not sure exactly what it could be, but
go in, Phil.
Look at this. Smart guys. Logo's already made. So what does Phil do? Phil, when it's just one guy, he just takes a red X. Probably the first one he sees off probably the first one that he sees off Canva or Google Images, and he just puts it over the S.
Be a man.
On the road to WrestleMania
Directly address
tonight
it.
for the first time ever on this show.
He's going to ignore it.
I will be covering both Monday Night Raw as usual.
Yes, like I said, this is the same set. When you think of a wrestling setup, a wrestling commentator, whatever, do you think of them having like Lego flowers in the background? Because I certainly don't.
Seems pretty low energy.
Friday Night SmackDown for the very first time. And as you can see, we have a few changes to discuss tonight in
for
format
the worst.
And about the
Worst
future of the
change
show.
ever.
Because, ladies and gentlemen, you may notice that my former
Okay, so Phil starts the show saying, "Oh, I'm alone. My co-host is gone." He does a quick little introduction, and then he starts saying it again.
Co-host ain't here. Nor will he be.
Nor will he be. Ever again.
Today, I took the shovel and I shoveled the shit.
Oh, did you, Phil?
You might say, I wonder what happened.
I've
All right? Allow me to explain in a nutshell, because I kind of gave a full explanation on my podcast this morning.
Yeah, so Phil, like I said, I was trying to do that whole, like, level 1 podcast for this A.D.A. I literally lost concentration. I zoned out. It's like when I was in high school. Everyone knows this. You're like in math class. All of a sudden, you just realize, whoa, 5 minutes have gone by, and I don't know what the teacher's talking about. That is what happened to me, trying to listen to him talk about this earlier.
Tread the same shit again. Here
This
we go.
guy was backstabbing me for a while,
Backstabbed.
treating me like dirt,
By telling
and then
him
he
the
started
truth that
actually
he
bringing
needed
up
to
my
hear.
family members, i.e. my
Not
wife,
his
and some
family.
content.
He brings
I
up
asked him
every
nice
day,
about
by
to
the
do it.
way,
He
like
said
10
he
or
would.
15
He
times.
apologized for it, and then he continued to do it. And that's the end
Why
of it for
didn't
me.
you say anything
Like,
to me,
if
Phil?
you're going
Why
to,
didn't
like,
you say anything to my
talk
face
crap
and stand
about
up for
me
your right?
in content, that's one thing.
So Phil and the casino had officially broken up. The casino then announced that It's a Gundam would be going on their show to go over all the DSP DMs. Phil then thought that it would be a great idea for him to instead snake them first and post those DMs immediately. But the problem is, Phil does not have a co-host. So, he got ReviewTechUSA to come on and back him up on March 19th. ReviewTechUSA, a man who has spent years A-logging Phil. Phil genuinely thought that he could convince people that he was the one that was planning on snaking them first the whole time.
What is going on, everyone? Bill here, and welcome to a very special edition of the Level 1 podcast. Today,
That sweater does not fit Phil whatsoever. Phil is dressed like he's Scrooge from A Christmas Story or A Christmas Carol. Like, in the pajamas. That's the only way I can describe it.
we are going to have a very special guest. Someone who I have had, well, I guess you could say beef with for a very long time.
Beef with ReviewTechUSA. He would stream for years, shirtless, high, watching DSP.
On the internet. Someone who talks about me constantly in all of his content.
That's true.
And sometimes I decide to clap back. And today, for the first time ever, we are going to have a face-to-face confrontation, discussion, chat, debate, argument. I don't know. Because that is the beauty of the internet, is that you never know what's going to happen.
You never know what's going to happen on the Level 1 podcast.
Today on the show, my guest is ReviewTechUSA, also known as Rich. I actually don't even know if he goes by ReviewTech anymore since he deleted his YouTube channel. Perhaps that's something that we'll see. But this will be a very special event. Today on this podcast, this is not the Level 1 podcast featuring RTU. At all.
At all.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Level 666 podcast, straight out of fucking hell. Because today, live on the show, it is time to explain to you how
ReviewTechUSA came on, and he did not back up Phil on anything. In fact, he remained, staunchly countering Phil the entire episode. This would not have been, very interesting if it was just Phil. But he did not do himself any favors by bringing on ReviewTechUSA.
Over the last 8 months and the last couple of years, all of my planning has finally come to fruition.
The casino might have been 1 step ahead of me, but I was 3 steps ahead of them.
I robbed Kino Casino. I'm not kidding.
No, you didn't.
You rob?
Fucking kidding. Everything that you have seen happen, I swear to God, has been part of my plan all along. Because all of you think I'm so fucking stupid. You all thought that this was he got fooled. He had the wool pulled over his eyes. I 100% had this planned since day one.
Since day one, Phil had this planned. Dr. Evil on the right-hand side.
You don't believe me?
No, I don't believe you. I've been watching you now for over a decade. You were full in on this hook line, and so you called Andy your gaming soulmate.
Okay, so I know that Keemstar tried to get ReviewTechUSA and Phil on shows. ReviewTechUSA said yes. And I believe he was I think he screwed it up so badly, he got fired. I could be wrong. And Phil, of course, he was the first person offered. Keemstar said, hey, listen, Phil, I'm looking to make a show called Lolcow Live. Would you be interested in being one of the 3 hosts? Phil said no. I think that Phil and RTU would be a great show on their own, just arguing.
Rich, I got the receipts. And we're going to look at them together right now on this show.
Okay.
Are you
I
ready?
would like to see these. Yes, Philip. This feels like retcon to me, Phil, but sure, prove it to me.
Sure.
Let me see.
This feels like retcon. I don't think he understands how right he was.
So here's the funny part, folks. All this week, there's been all these threats thrown around by Kino Casino saying, God forbid that any of these private messages be leaked that I had with Phil or we had with Phil, because these private messages would be so damning. They would hurt him so bad. And man, he is hiding from it. And we're counting down to when we leak the messages. I already put the messages online. And by the end of this show, I'm going to give everyone the links and you can all read them for yourselves in full. I'm not kidding. Because this was my plan all along.
This doesn't sound like 4D chess. This sounds like damage control.
There's no damage control here.
This sounds like you're just trying to get in front of what they're going to say.
Tell them, Rich.
What no one realized is that I decided for myself to do something with initiative. And I said, I want to try to actually...
I paused a good moment for Phil's face. Phil, Joker over there, he went on earlier saying, oh, well, my content's honest. What is honest about what he's about to say? Phil's about to say, yeah, you know what? I befriended the casino, planning on snaking them the entire time. I told them my wife was dying of cancer and that my parents were dying. What is honest and positive about that?
Get over on one of these people who's one of these content creators who's constantly a misery broker. And I know you've heard me say that before, but I think a misery broker is someone who literally doesn't make content for themselves. All they do is they look at other people's misery, they report on it, they make fun of it, they laugh at it, and then they make a bunch of money. So a day when it's a bad day for someone else is a good day for them. But in reality, if it weren't for other people, they wouldn't be able to ever have any popularity. It's the only reason they get anything.
So what you're saying, this whole entire thing for your casino arc was 4D chess that you were playing them to the point that you would hurt your own reputation and career?
Rich, not only that.
Not only that. So I guess Phil decided he was going to go on path number 2 a while ago.
Cased probably 6 or 7 different individuals who I thought I could maybe get in their good graces, figure out how to get in on it, and see what would happen. And after looking at all of these different people, all right, someone in my chat one day had said, did you hear about Kino Casino? Did you hear that they're also making fun of ReviewTech? Just like you are, or just like he's making fun of you and back and forth. And did you hear that they're constantly making fun of him in their content? Okay. And I said, no, I don't know anything about these guys. I didn't. But I went over there and I actually watched their content once. And I knew from the first moment that I started watching their show, this was going to be the one that was going to work if I was going to try to make this happen. Okay. Now, Rich, I'm going to be honest with you again. You have unwittingly been a part of this.
Okay, look at this. Look at this.
Because
ReviewTechUSA does not understand what he got himself into. He somehow, after years of A-logging Phil, getting trolled himself, was brought on as like, I don't know, not co-conspirator, like a co-host to expose the casino, someone who, a show that is like made fun of him plenty of times. And he can't like backfill up on everything. He can't backfill up on anything because it's all a lie.
You were the reason that I contacted them. You were the reason why I affiliated with them. The whole co-op, react to your documentary.
At least that's one thing that Andy said was true. I wasn't as unwitting as you think, but yes. Ashton kept on saying that you went to him. Now I see that is actually accurate. Okay.
You're gonna see it's accurate because I'm gonna show you all of it. I have it all right here, and we're gonna look at it together. The whole idea was to get in the good graces of the casino, to find a way to collab that was gonna get me over, that was gonna get me some popularity, make me some money, but also at the same time make them think I'm some kind of a fucking idiot. So that they will always think that I'm indebted to them, that I'm always going to do what they say. Because I know how they are. Let's be honest here. We know Ashton. We know Andy. These guys are not squeaky clean. These guys have burned every bridge. They don't have friends.
While Phil is droning on, I just want to say this background looks like it looks like Phil took some fireplace background. And that is what this is supposed to be.
They were a means for me to finally get out of the position that I was in.
They were a means for me to get out of the position I was in as the whipping boy of the internet. The Kino Casino was only a pawn in my game, Rich.
The internet. And that was the intention from day one. Everything that I laid out, every conversation I had with them, every late night bullshit session I had with them when I should have been asleep, every time I was on their streams kissing their butt, throwing them super memberships or whatever, was all part of this. And they think they have something on me. They're insane. How they didn't know.
They do.
How they didn't know that everything I was saying was fake, I don't know. Because, I'll give you some examples here. I said, my wife was sick and she had found God.
Oh, yeah. I lied to the casino. Those fools. They believed me when I said my wife had cancer.
And now because of that, I can't do this idea that you came up with. And they bought it. I said, oh.
Yeah, Phil, they bought it because that is not something people lie about.
My rabbit is sick, so I can't do the show today. My mom is sick, so I have to fly. I keep saying sick, like every excuse was someone's sick. Yet they bought it every time.
You were
time.
just, or you were just nervous to go do it, so you canceled on it.
But the point I'm making here is I basically manipulated them as much as I could to make them do what I wanted. I got what I wanted. And then when I knew they were going to eventually turn on me, because we all knew that from the get-go, right? We knew they were going to turn.
That's kind of just gross, too, Phil. You would say that your family members were sick to get out of doing
Oh, look at Phil. He knows he's caught.
things with them
Oh,
to
it's
get
not-
a one-up on.
You would just lie and tell people that your family members were sick and dying, so that way you could trick them.
Oh, no. It's not to get out of doing things with them. It's to basically have a way to make them believe that everything I'm saying is true, because no one is going to think that someone's going to just pull that out of their ass. But to beat a snake, you have to be the better snake.
You have to be the better. You have to be the better snake. Rich can't even look at the screen right now. He can't even look at Phil. He can't even look at Phil listening to this.
It's the only way to do it. You have to make them believe the lies. And man, did I pull the wool over their eyes for the last 8 months until finally I had enough. And the truth is, I had enough for 2 reasons. Number 1, the disrespect to my family. And number 2, because I wasn't getting anything out of the collaboration anymore. These guys, all right, have some of the worst ideas I've ever seen for content. They were pitching ideas that would have worked, but they didn't have any clout.
Watch this. After well over a year of the casino making fun of him, Rich is about to... he's going to back up the casino saying, Phil, you're wrong. Number 1, they definitely have the clout to do what they were saying. And they also had the money to do it too. Again, PPP and Andy Worski take like 4 vacations a year.
To make the ideas happen. They legitimately couldn't make anything work that would have made us money. It was cancellation, denial, cancellation, denial, after. It was like endless. To the point
I'm not
where
a fan of the casino, but they did have the clout and the money to make things happen. I think the only person believing this in this stream right now is you. I don't,
Rich.
I mean, how do you do so? You're trying to tell me to believe that for the past 8 months, when you were sitting there gifting them subs, simping for them like hours upon hours on end, trying to get them to pay attention to you like they were Beavis and Butthead and you were Stewart, that this was all some big plan to get vengeance on people that if you never affiliated with, you would be in a better position than you are now. You went, Phil, it's just a fact. You saw that there was an opportunity there. They feigned friendship with you. You
Look at Phil's face. Oh, okay, he's like a bobblehead now. Up and down, up and down.
To all this, to the point that you let them shame you. And now in the end, after all is said and done, you come out on the other end looking worse, and you're trying to tell me that this is 4D chess? Come on, Phil.
Rich,
come
I
on.
I could never possibly come out at the end of anything looking worse. And you,
You weren't in charge of the situation. You absolutely weren't. But okay.
You feel free to go ahead. You feel free to chime in. I'm okay with this. All right.
I'm okay
feel
with
free
this.
To chime in whenever you want.
Feel free to chime in wherever you want.
The reason you're here.
The reason you're here is because I thought you were going to back me up no matter what I said. That is what Phil wants to say.
It's very simple. I want you to witness this going down. Okay. And you were the one who basically started the whole thing with me reaching out to them and us reacting to your your documentary, excuse me. So it's only fair that you be a part of this. You understand where I'm coming from? You think that that's a fair thing to have you here?
Sure, Phil. Let's see what you got, boy. Let's see.
Boy.
All right. So it's already been said. I didn't realize that they had said this, but we'll go ahead and we'll show it anyway. So we had a conversation back and forth. Of course, the first thing we're talking about is you, Rich. I saw your vid about ReviewTech threatening June the King. Today I have my take on it on my podcast. And I basically used you as the way to bridge that gap and get that initial introduction with these guys. In fact, the whole idea of us
so you're the Batman. You're the Batman of drama merchants, going selflessly to take them down.
You can call it whatever you want. You know, you really can. But the point here is, I was the one who initiated the contact. I was the one who actually suggested the react to your documentary. They had kind of alluded to it on their show, but they never thought it would happen because they never spoken to me before. So I contacted them and I said, let's do it. This is a genius idea. I knew that was going to make money for both of us. I knew that was going to be big. It was going to bring me notoriety. It was going to bring them notoriety. I'm the one who put that great idea out there and made it happen. All right? It was me, not them. It was my actual making it happen that started this whole thing and got this popularity train rolling.
Like what I think you're doing now, as a matter of fact, I guarantee what you're doing now is because you know that this is disastrous for you, that you're trying to be like, aha, all along it was.
You are not going to hear me backing up Rich You're not going to hear me backing up Rich from ReviewTechUSA very often. But this time, you will. Phil thought that being known as the King Snake sounded better than actually what happened. And again, ReviewTechUSA is pointing that out.
My master plan. It was not your master plan, Phil.
Okay.
It wasn't. And look, that's fine, but I'm just not going to believe it. I don't think anybody with like a upper double-digit IQ will believe it.
So we have two files here, and I'm just seeing if I can actually show you. So I don't know if you can see them on the screen, everybody. Here, I'm going to try to get this here. So this is the file of me talking with Andy in DMs. Okay, this is all of them, back to back, 182 kilobytes. The one of me talking with PPP, 1,031 kilobytes. Why?
When did you make these, Phil? What did go to right click on?
Okay. This is my favorite part. This is one of my favorite parts. Phil is asked, okay, when did you make this? And it comes out to like 2 days earlier. Now, Phil said, oh, well, yeah, it says 2 days earlier because I made it somewhere else and I had to export it as a PDF file. But I don't know. I have a funny feeling that these were not very old files, to put it bluntly.
When is the origin date of these?
Where's properties on here? There you go.
You right click on whatever file you're clicking on.
Just made them a couple days ago. Here it is. I got them off of my X archives, and I used a third-party app to turn them into PDF files so that we could actually see them today, because or else you have to be in a web browser to see them.
Why do you make your audience do your work for you instead of you looking up? It's a sure broadcast one mic. Hold on, don't say folks yet. Don't say folks yet. There's a 1:30 mic video. Why couldn't you look that up instead of having a
Yeah, that is something that Phil will do. Rather than try stuff out beforehand, he will wait until he's on stream, and then he will try to use his gear. I think one of the better examples of this, he went to go play Grand Theft Auto 5 one day. Now, I haven't played that game in a while. I think it's like 500 gigabytes plus. 50 gigabytes. 50 gigabytes. Phil, he decided that he was going to download it on stream. You know, with the same connection that he's streaming to. So, RTU saying, hey, why don't you do this stuff off stream? Why don't you do a little prep work? And Phil just laughs it off.
Multi-hour stream where like your audience's time, you have to understand is valuable. What I'm trying to tell you, Phil, is that you see why it's hard to believe you. You also just recently said you can't have another Castlevania marathon. There's only 4 classic Castlevania games.
Rich.
Oh, I think this is it. I think this is where DSP says, people are telling me to kick you.
Is that true, Phil?
We have several topics to choose from. All right, we do. I would like to let you choose a topic that we can delve into first. Okay, which topic would you like to delve into? We've got Mudahar. It's a Gundam, which is a nice one because apparently It's a Gundam was coming on their show on Friday. So you'd be interested to see what PPP has to say about him.
Shout out to It's a Gundam. He's my dude. Continue.
Medicare and how they basically ball suck this guy constantly and think that he's the end all be all of content. 2 entire folders of their incredibly awful ideas that I had to keep shutting down because they were so bad. PPP incredibly embarrassing himself because he actually thought that like we were like bosom buddies or possibly he's gay. I'm not sure. We'd have to see there. And then basically how it fell apart. So what would you like to talk about here? Or should I just pick one? By the way, for the record, everyone's telling me to just dump you from the show because you've already derailed it so poorly and they just want me to do this for myself. But
there
I'm
it is.
Keeping you on here out of good faith. So what would you like to do?
Phil, you have over 1,300 viewers right now. I'm not seeing
anyone saying that.
People who want Ethan Ralph to come on, but no one's saying to dump me from the show. This is the most viewership. Like, you would need to do like 6 streams to get this much viewership.
They're not
Who
here for
wants to be
you,
gone?
though, Rich. They're not here for you. I hate to tell you.
So you get this
Big dog 'em, Rich. Big dog 'em.
much viewership every day?
No, it's because I'm doing what I'm doing right now. I mean, you being on this, you know, I'm doing this as a service to you because I did use you as the way to get this entire arc started. So I felt like it would be a respectful thing to do to have you on the show while I go through this. But I mean, if you're not interested,
Press 1 if you want me to stay. Press 2 if you want me to go.
So I mean,
Phil's caught in a lie now. Phil, Mr. People are telling me to kick you. Now, all of a sudden, it shows the chat does not want Rich gone, in fact.
if you're not interested, if you just want to talk about mics and shit, we could do that on another show, but that would not be this one. Okay. So what would you like to do?
There's mostly 1s here, Phil. There's only a handful of 2s.
All right, so the people have spoken. They do not want Rich gone, in fact. So what does Phil do?
Okay. Are you going to pick a topic? Or
do I have to kick
do
you?
I pick or do I dump you from the show? Those are the 3 options.
So the people have spoken. King Phil vetoed his entire audience.
Pick, I pick, or you get dumped. What would you like to do?
What would you like to do?
You could pick a topic, and then I'll pick the next one. How about that? Let me ask you a question. Oh, no, here's a good one. You keep on saying, even recently.
Ooh, okay, this is good. So ReviewTechUSA is very into edibles, from what I understand. And is also believed that he drinks a lot of weed seltzers. He is about to ask Phil about why Phil has been saying he does all these drugs. And Phil will say, "Oh, I don't think that you do that." Causing ReviewTech to say, then why do you say things you don't believe are true?
In a video you just made a few weeks ago that I'm on drugs when I don't even take edibles anymore. I haven't for the past 5 months. Why do you keep
I believe
saying
that. I do believe that you're off drugs. Right now you seem pretty coherent and clear, so, absolutely that's true.
Now,
you're definitely not on drugs.
This wasn't even a month ago. It was February 24th. You've even said that I drank weed seltzers. Why would you say things that aren't true, that you don't know about?
From what I've seen on your streams, you were drinking weed seltzers in the past. I don't know specifically what you're
Phil?
referencing, so I can't answer.
Phil, I've never had a weed seltzer in my entire life.
So I didn't know that. Do you want me to pick a topic, or are you going to pick one?
You could pick it. You didn't know that, but you went with it, though.
All right.
Screen share that link that I sent you. I want you.
All right, and this is the end of ReviewTechUSA on DSP's channel. He wants Phil to screen share a link. And that is Phil Malding ready to kick him off. And he's about to.
I'm not
doing that. It's my show.
Any bullshit that you want to do. It's not your show.
Why is you not doing it's not my show, but you brought me on I think Phil, you thought this is going to be like some battered wife. Yes, let's go. I don't care about I really don't give a shit. I don't care about.
And he's gone.
Okay. So I guess we'll continue on. Let me go ahead and get rid of this.
on. Fast forwarding to the 21st of March, and It's a Gundam was brought onto the casino. They went through the same messages that Phil just went through. I'm going to go through some more highlights of this one, because it was a very long stream.
Okay.
Oh, God.
This is the thing, right?
Where do we start?
It's like what do you do when somebody just starts unloading on you that their wife is dying, that she's really sick, and you working with them has allowed for that person to pay for her medical treatments? So if you stop working with said person because they're like a total freeloader bum, you're basically condemning his wife to die. And then
you're like an angel.
I know, right?
Little wings.
I know. I was like a cherub angel in this whole thing. Apparently now I'm like the perfect, good, and wonderful person.
You are fucking Lucifer now.
Because this motherfucker then claims now that in fact it was all his master plan to use us and rob us. And
you just got.
And he lied about his wife having cancer. He lied about his rabbit dying.
His parents on their deathbed?
His parents are on their deathbed now for the 7th straight year. And so therefore I should ease up on making fun of him on Grill Phil.
Because his parents are always dying.
That's the
just
thing.
Keep eating death.
Like, this isn't the first time we've heard that they're dying, Phil. Like, holy buddy.
Guy.
But then he's like, listen, guys, please take pity on me. My parents are dying. My Bugs Bunny is dead. My wife has cancer and she's fat and she has a thyroid problem and and it's like,
make it through the night. If you don't see me any worse, he's shirtless right now.
That was the thing.
No joke. Gundam, we're not.
No joke. If you look at the It's a Gundam VTuber, I don't know how a VTuber model can give that much expression. It is so animated, but also so human.
We're not exaggerating.
So first of all, Gundam,
Stop.
All right, so this is insane. They convinced Phil to set up a foot cam. I've seen these things for like some people who play like racing games or like people who do drums. Sometimes they'll have a cam like at their feet to show what they're doing. I don't really understand. I'm not into wrestling. Sorry, I almost said wrestling. I'm not into racing games, racing videos, racing as a sport. I am not interested in behind the scenes for music, drummers, stuff like that. So I don't watch any of that. But I can understand with them, it makes sense. Phil, it makes absolutely zero sense for him to have that.
Convinced him to set up a dedicated foot cam. So he went out and spent, I think, $500 on a new camera that was dedicated exclusively to his feet.
This man is an animal.
And then he went out and bought a whole bunch of socks that he had labeled left foot and right foot.
I don't know how you would set up left foot and right foot with socks. The only thing I could guess is like if you take a sewing kit and a special fabric that you like sew into the sock, and then you have it on like the whichever side you want to wear it, or you write down on it left and right. That is pale in comparison to how PPP is about to describe how Phil will wear underwear with the date sewn into it.
And then, I'm not kidding. And then he bought a bunch of underwear that had the days of the week to wear them written on them.
No, he didn't.
Yes.
You're lying.
No, he did. And he showed.
I hope I don't sound like a crazy person. When I go to grab socks or underwear for the day, I just grab like the one on top or like the closest one to my hand when I reach in. I would there is no chance I would like go through something. There's no chance I would go through the day of the week for that. That's insane.
Put them off. He's like, this is the Wednesday pair. I'm like, go get the Thursday pair, Phil. He would go get the Thursday. Let me show
everyone your autism. Quickly.
It seriously was. It was fucking amazing. He had no idea that he was being made fun of. He thought people really wanted to see his underwear.
Cass doesn't even want to see his underwear.
Dedicated fucking foot cam. I got him to do the push-ups. He managed to do one push-up. I just want to put some context on this.
Okay.
So, I'm on vacation.
All right, we're about to hear the Kino Casino vacation and how Phil messaged them. Meanwhile, we're going to see soon, if it is Phil's day off, he is not to be contacted, or there will be consequences.
Okay? Like, I'm trying to enjoy my vacation.
I'm sorry, that's your first mistake. Your vacation doesn't matter. Only Phil's day off matters.
And we'll get into that later on, where I messaged Phil about this really good opportunity to like cross over with Lolcow and stuff, but it was on his precious day off. So that was my mistake, thinking I could DM him on his day off, and boy, did he tell me. So I'm on vacation. Right? I'm trying to enjoy my time on a tropical island. Andy's trying to enjoy his time on a tropical island.
Oh, beautiful island.
And he goes, man, I hope you have a great vacation, but I just got some terrible news that's related directly to what we were talking about regarding travel. So it's like, I'm on vacation. I go, what happened with travel, Phil? Well, please do not share this info, which I never actually did, by the way. Phil leaked all of this. Phil leaked all of these DMs in order to claim that he was master trolling us and that these were all lies meant to manipulate us, by the way.
How does it feel to be fooled by the mastermind?
The master, the king snake, as it were.
How you have sympathy.
Look out for the snake with roided out legs.
Imagine you're on the beach in Jamaica and you get this DM. Yesterday, I spoke with my parents and my mom is on her last legs health.
Who lies about this? Who sends these kinds of lies? If Phil is telling the truth and all of this was a lie, he is the biggest scumbag on the internet.
With doctors giving her less than a year to live. She basically begged me to find time to travel back to Connecticut by the end of the year so we could spend time together one last time. But that stupid fucking Real ID shit I told you about goes into effect May 7th. I looked into it. And all of our licensing departments are on a massive backlog because everyone is rushing to get this before that date. I'm going to call them tomorrow because they will finally be open after the weekend.
What the fuck?
But chances are my wife and I are now going to take a completely unplanned / unscheduled trip to Connecticut, likely in late April. That also means finding a way to have our pets taken care of. So we'll likely have to pay top dollar for a highly rated pet sitter because we have 4 and they all need daily care. So all of this just dumped on us yesterday, and it looks like our next couple months.
I'm sure there are a lot of people who will not like me saying this. If you want to get a dog, perfectly fine. You want to get a cat, no problem. You want to get a dog and a cat, whatevs. I think that 2 pets, perfectly normal. 3 is like, you might be pushing it. Once you get to 4, no, that is the hard limit. That is above the acceptable limit.
Months are going to be incredibly stressful, and that's even if my mom's health holds out. So yeah, this fucking sucks.
You were trolled, Ashton.
Ashton, I hope you're having a good time, but my mom may be very sick.
What the f***?
Take time out of your day to think about me.
And then it's like, not only that, but it's like you're telling me all this stuff about how you can't get a real ID because you don't have a passport. Because
that doesn't make sense.
As a
you can just get the real idea going to the DMV.
He now claims, by the way, that this was all lies. You know, it's like
horrible.
And then he lied about his mother being sick. Okay,
no, look
so
at this
is why. So recently, Darkside Phil had 2 shows where he didn't beg, where the whole world was like,
yeah, I saw those shows. I thought we were going to die. Like an asteroid was headed towards Earth.
What is actually going to happen? Has hell frozen over? What's going on? So Darkside
dogs and cats are living together. It's complete anarchy.
It's telling me the reason why this is happening is because of his rabbit. He says,
Mr.
hold
Jingle
on,
Pelly.
taking my rabbit to the vet first thing in the morning, and looks like I might have to put him down. It just gets worse and worse when you get older. Now, I didn't ask to be told this, you know?
Yeah.
But I'm like, I'm so sorry. What else are you going to say?
Fuck, that's
to that,
horrible.
right?
I'm so sorry, man.
You know, he goes, I took him to emergency care today. They don't know what's causing him to be so sick. X-ray results won't be in until Monday. And we have to manually syringe feed him multiple medicines and liquid food tons of times a day. It takes the both of us to do it because he's terrified and won't just let you feed him. One has to hold him.
How does he have the strength?
Syringe. I don't know.
This is horrible.
I don't know.
Wait, if
like the rat is dying, but it has the strength to resist 2 humans that are grossly overweight. No offense.
Listen, the people of calories are in it together.
Ash.
But so here he goes. He goes, things are really f***ed. I have to put my rabbit down tomorrow. We've been syringe feeding him all week. He's about to die. I've been doing this all the while behind the scenes. Could we delay the show until Thursday?
What?
I say, it's no problem. Like, you know, Thursday is going to be best for me too. He says, I'm not even kidding. We are barely holding it together.
I know that PPP is about to read this, but I can't get over it. I'm not even kidding. We are barely holding it together. I broke down today, midday, and somehow composed myself to play 5 Nights at Freddy's. He's paralyzed now. It's his time, and I've put in a voicemail at the vet. Last thing I want to do is watch Raw right now. According to Phil, he said this all for manipulation. If you look at everybody on this panel right now, you got PPP. He's reading this out, so he's trying to keep a straight face. Andy Worski on the right-hand side looks like he just saw a natural disaster that happened like the moment he wasn't looking. If you look at It's a Gundam's VTuber model, that is very emotive. I can't believe it either.
Oh my god!
I broke down today, midday, and somehow composed myself to play shitty 5 Nights at Freddy's. How he found the strength. I somehow composed myself to play 5 Nights at Freddy's for money.
It's DSP Schindler's List, but it's a rabbit instead of Jewish people.
He goes, he's paralyzed now. It's his time. I've put in a voicemail at the vet. Last thing I want to do is watch Raw right now.
Because he was lazy?
If only you could send me a photo of Andy, I might feel a little better.
He goes, I know I went through this 2 years ago as well with some small animals and figured it would be different. But now our rabbit is going to go so fast. It's not fair, but it's life. We can't have children. Go to the next slide.
Next slide, there you go.
So he says, my wife is sick and has been all year, and she's not getting better. He says not.
Again, this is Phil, the King Snake, according to himself, lying about his wife dying. How anybody watches him after this is beyond me. I don't understand it.
Not cancer here, but later on he'll tell me he suspects it is cancer. But she has multiple things going on, and this year has been hell for us. I've lied a lot to my audience. Well, that's not surprising, Phil, about it because it's nobody's business. We did some stuff on stream earlier this year, but then things got way worse. She may need major surgery, and we are pretty scared and hoping for the best. You are the only person I've told about this, so there's no one else in his life that he could confide this information to. No friends, no family, nobody. I'm the only person.
Because, like, Kat's life was ruined when she got too close to Phil. Like I've said before, the man is a giant Sonichu medallion.
The man is a giant Sonichu medallion. I could not agree with something more. Everything. Phil joined Machinima. Look at them now. Completely shut down, destroyed. Phil's curse only allows him to continue going on. Everything that attaches to it. Cursed.
This is just another one that was just crazy. So I messaged Phil, not knowing, by the way, because I never looked at his schedule, not knowing it was the holy day off, not knowing that it was the Sabbath day where Lord Philip must rest by doing 4 hours of grocery shopping. So I said to him, I think we have an interesting opportunity here. Jay is willing to blow the whistle on Review Tech and reveal all sorts of receipts. We could do a huge show. We also have the girl who Rich cheated on his wife with who wants to do a tell-all.
Yeah, on Lolcow Live.
The idea is we would broadcast it all together on Lolcow Live, but it would be Monday at 3:30 your time. I say I'm not too happy with how fast Keem tries to move
which
things
which he does. He was trying to push it fast.
He was trying to like push, and I knew that wouldn't really work for Phil, but I figure, okay, let's see if we give him like 3 days notice, surely. But I go, it could be big for everyone. Honestly, we should talk about this. Maybe stall them, say Monday is too short notice and you need more time, but let's do this. Well, here comes Phil's response.
By the way, and remember this, we've done favor after
That is true. They have done favor after favor after favor for Phil. Phil had actually at some points said to them, hey, could you not stream when I'm streaming? They did not listen to that, obviously. But here, you're going to see Phil say, it is my day off.
Favor. Everything was our idea. We were fucking taking flack by pretending to be his friend from detractors.
But
we were like doing everything.
You notice
to
my
get this
experience
for
here,
anything.
though, is I have to tell like that we have to stall in like Monday, which is 3 days from then, is too short notice because I know how Phil is. You have to have 3 or 4 board meetings about it. Every single idea had to have multiple board meetings, arguments back and forth. He would have objections. I would have to overcome them. It was so fucking exhausting. Listen to the shit that he fucking lays on my table. Look at this shit. For your information, it's my day off, and I'm not even home right now. So I can't even intelligently respond. But yeah, Monday is bad for me. I just changed my schedule to have Saturdays off every week. So now my react days, which I'm obligated to do because people pay to submit the vids, is Monday. Also,
Phil actually says, it's my day off, so that's why I cannot message you properly. Phil, he could just wait until he got home, sent the message, and say, hey, sorry, I just got home. Whatever.
I'd want to know the time commitment because, to be honest, my viewers are quite tired with review tech drama. I've talked to him about him a few times last week, and I got little to no response, with my regulars asking me to move on. I'm questioning what positive impact this would have for me.
What about us, though? We fucking helped this guy so much and took flack for him, and fucking we had to like pretend to like him.
Holy shit!
Get on, and we're trying to be as sarcastic as possible so people got what we were doing, and then he replies with this shit. Fuck him! You're a piece of shit, Phil.
He goes, I'm not
Tell him, Andy.
out. I'm just saying it has to make sense. He wants to do it at 3 p.m. my time, which means sacrificing an entire day of content. I get how this would benefit him and you guys, but likely not me. And it's just like, Phil, why does it always have to benefit you? Do you know that if you help other people and you do things that benefit other people, it might also benefit you? But how it would benefit you, Phil, is being on a show that would have had 7, 8, 9, 10,000 live viewers with the combined audience of Kino Casino and Lolcow Live, where they might see you in a different light, where you're having fun, you're dunking on people, and but no, this is what we got. This is how we were treated by Phil. It was actually insane.
How can Phil dunk on anybody?
Regardless of who snaked who, Phil has yet to recover from the snakening. But this story is not over yet. That's because it now combines with another segment, that being Ethan Ralph. Now, Ralph has been out of rehab for about a month now. He was one of the main topics of the first A.D.A. That's where I discussed him snaking Ricada and his issues with Dick Masterson. The most important part, I would say, however, was him announcing that he was going to put himself into rehab. Now, I had hoped that Ralph was going to be able to stay sober after that. After all the incidents he's had online, under heavy influence, Ralph sobering up going forward, it would have been very inspirational to say, hey, if Ralph can get sober, anybody can do it. Unfortunately, that is not how it went. On March 23rd, during the Warski Festival, as he called it, Ralph accidentally leaked that he had, or at least was looking up treatment for, the clap, otherwise known as gonorrhea. Ralph said that he just wanted to make sure that he was being safe, but little questionable. Now, not long after Ralph got out of rehab, he would do a call with Jesse PS from Pod Awful. In this call, he was clearly on something. Now I've got Jesse's description of it right here.
This is no attempt at a snake move. This is an attempt, and I'm doing the hardest thing I possibly can here in order to save a man's life. Listen, Ethan, and I'm saying this because I know you are watching. You will watch this at some point. Ethan, I say this with all heart and humility. I mean this. I don't want you on drugs. And even if you've got a prescription, there are some things that people have prescriptions to. And that might include Xanax. I don't know. I'm not casting any aspersions here, but we got to wean off of this because it is not working for you. Whatever positives whatever these prescription drugs are supposed to bring into your life, the negatives are now outweighing it. So unfortunately, tonight on the program, I will be sharing the phone call so that Ethan, listen, I believe Ethan took down that episode of his show because people started claiming that he is not sober and he didn't want to face the music. Ethan, you have to face the music, and you're doing it tonight on Pod Awful. In fact, about halfway through the call, I would say, Ethan seems to believe we're live.
That is true. Halfway through, during this phone call, Ralph thinks he's like on a live stream, most likely the kill stream, talking about Jesse. Now, for anyone unaware of Jesse, I don't think I've talked... No, actually, I think I talked about him in the last episode. Jesse has been one of Ralph's greatest A-logs of all time. So when Ralph had his first bowling tournament, Jesse was the one who put coleslaw into the bed of Ralph's truck. During the Ralph Festival on Kino Casino, I believe that was their second episode, Jesse P.S., guy right there, long hair, circled glasses, he was the one who went to Ralph's house, threw a pack of diapers onto the front door, did the finger guns, bang, 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 and left. He's also, however, been one of Ralph's greatest allies. When Ralph was kicked off of Cozy, I believe that was last spring, Jesse P.S. also had an account there. In order to get on Cozy, you need to be pre-approved. You can't just make an account and start streaming. So Jesse gave Ralph his streaming key, because he didn't really care about the website, and Ralph started streaming on there. At the time, I believe Ralph was the second most viewed streamer on the platform, and Jesse was also there when Ralph and Milo temporarily made up. Since then, they have gotten into another argument, and I think they've made up again. But this is why Ralph should not have trusted Jesse. Jesse has a very interesting ideology. Not for love, not for honor, but only for the lulz. Jesse P.S. will do whatever he thinks the funniest thing to do in that moment is. That has worked out great for a show, Pod Awful. He's also described himself recently as the Dexter of streamers. He says, yeah, I'm a toxic streamer, but I am only toxic to other streamers. I'm only toxic to other toxic streamers. So he doesn't like start fights with normal people. And again, for what his show is, like getting kicked off of YouTube all the time, he's a very dedicated audience. He has a good show from what I've seen. And of course, he has what he calls Pod's Law. No matter what your opinion is on him, people always compliment his moon-based background.
He's talking to an audience. He's talking to the people. He's telling me stuff I know. He starts talking about me in the third person. This call fucking devolves. And that's the point of all of this. Ethan's smarter than that.
I'm going to say, I would suggest listening to this call yourself, because it was genuinely wild with some of the things that Ralph went on about that, unfortunately, on here, I cannot repeat. Alright, we've got sober as a judge, hungover as a surgeon. Remember, we're at the end. We're at the very end. Sober as a judge, hungover as a surgeon, buzzed as a bartender, drunk as an airline pilot, zooted as a line cook, strung out as a rent boy, and now, currently at Gigafried as a Mexican tourist.
No, I just say right now, like, I'm just totally dead of this, but,
This was days after getting out of rehab.
You know, well, it is what it is.
Truly.
So, I'm sure people are actually listening to this now.
No. I'm sure people are actually listening to this now. Not that moment, but eventually, yes, people would be listening to this.
Nobody's listening to this.
Is this me? It's just me and you.
It's just me and you. But
well, I mean,
nobody's listening right now.
Listen, first off,
we'll talk about it on the show.
Don't make this. I do it tomorrow.
We'll do it tomorrow. All right, I gotta go take a piss. I gotta go.
I gotta go too. That's what I'm saying. So
right.
Tomorrow, Jesus Christ. But anything else? Yeah, I'm good. So, tomorrow night, 7 p.m.
All right. I'll see you then.
7 p.m. God, I still have the hiccups.
I know what time. I'll see you then. I got to piss. Goodbye.
This finally brings us to the end of the story. Phil was looking for a new co-host for Smart Guys. He picked Ethan Ralph of all people. This is a trial run. He has 2 other people he's going to try out. He's already picked one of them. Or he's already ran through one of them, I should say. This is not a fever dream. This is not AI. This is real.
All right, hold on one second, everyone. And good evening, everyone, and welcome to a very special edition of Smart
I could not believe that this is real.
Guys. Today is March 27th, 2025. I'm DSP, and with me, for the first time ever, ladies and gentlemen, a man who needs absolutely no introduction. A man who is the first person to jump on the chance to be one of the upcoming 3 co-hosts that I'm going to have over the next few weeks leading on the road to WrestleMania here on the Smart Guy Show. Ladies and gentlemen, here with me live tonight is Ethan Ralph. Ethan, how are you tonight?
I'm doing great, man. How you doing?
I'm doing good. I'd like to thank you for being on the show and for being a professional about it. You were very eager because a couple weeks ago, as everyone knows, I gave the former host of this show the boot for very good reason. And
he weighs a lot more than me, by the way. He weighs 800 pounds. You know, I'm down to 175. So I apologize. Maybe, some people are shocked by the weight differential in between there. But yeah, you gave him the boot, and it seemed like to me that made him the most angry that you actually cut him off first. I don't know. That's just my opinion. You can weigh in if you want.
There are people who like to feel like they're in positions of power, and when they have the rug pulled out from under them because they thought they were in power, that's truly when things snap for them. And that's exactly what happened. That's why the reaction happened the way that it did. That's why that they're going so hard on me, because they realize that I took control of the situation, which they don't like, and they can't handle it. But anyway,
I'm no fortune teller, but I can tell you exactly how that relationship is going to end. Ralph is currently one of 3 potential co-hosts for Smart Guys. He dropped a single slur on the show, and DSP definitely noticed. In fact, he made a video not long after saying, yeah, if you didn't watch it live, you're not going to hear it because I removed it. DSP is also a very, very schedule-oriented person. He likes to plan in advance exactly what goes on his show beforehand. So my current educated guess will be one of 2 things. Either Ralph will not be picked as a future co-host, then they become foes for a little while, or he's picked, and they part ways within 5 shows. Again, never have I thought that I would ever see them together, but here we are. And that is it for all of our Lolcow segments. So, moving on, and we have tech and media. More specifically, we have the Studio Ghibli AI memes. In late March, ChatGPT released a new image editor that let people create AI-generated art that was very, very close to the source material used as reference. As you can see, we've got a nice Matt Jarbo. I've got Chris Chan and Megan Schroeder. Haberman, the guy who Mr. Medicare originally used for his Medicare account. Alex Jones. That InfoWars logo is beyond interesting. We got GigaChad. I don't know what this meme painting is. I don't. I recognize it, but I don't know what it's called. And my personal favorite, the Chris Chan. Once this happened, people started using it to convert images into the Studio Ghibli art style. This caused a lot of outcry all over. But before we get into that, I'd like to say this. I personally like it. I do. A lot of people do not. Now, this is a post from someone named Megumi, sorry, I'm going to mispronounce this. Megumi Ishanti, director for the anime One Piece. Not the director, one of many. She does a lot of episodes. She said, "You've tarnished Ghibli, I'll never forgive you." I think that statement's definitely a little crazy and over the top. If you look at any of these images, people didn't make them because they said, oh, fuck Ghibli. No, they made it instead because they liked the art style. That's why they picked it. Again, I don't think that people had any bad intentions when they made this. They saw an art style that they liked with pictures that they also liked, and they combined the 2 of them. The only person whose opinion on this I think actually matters would be Hayao Miyazaki, the lead director of Studio Ghibli's greatest films. And while he never commented on this trend himself, back in 2016 he described AI art as an insult to life itself. Studio Ghibli also never commented on the whole thing, but unfortunately ChatGPT shut it down regardless because of possible copyright issues. Now, this isn't a permanent thing. It's only temporary because once a Chinese model gets the exact same image generation capabilities, like, that's it. So whether you're for or against this trend, once that happens, it's going to come back and it won't be going away. Literally last year, China had 40 new AI models come out, the most famous one being DeepSeek. And to make things crazier, Elon Musk said very recently that he thinks that AI will be able to make 15-minute long videos by the end of the year. I think that's going to happen too. AI images have come a pretty long way. I think that everyone was shocked when the classic Will Smith eating spaghetti video first came out. And I think that soon we're going to have the same feeling once we see like AI generated Studio Ghibli art style movies. AI-generated video games are already being made, and while they're still in their infancy, I think that by 2030, we're going to have a large amount of people that genuinely prefer AI-generated content. I mean, the reasons are, there's drastically less waiting. You don't have to wait for, say, I don't know, another... I once waited years between Season 5 and Season 6 of Better Call Saul. So there won't be waiting like that. If you like comic books or manga, you're not going to have to wait for the next issue. You could just get a new one right away. And that's not even considering that you're going to have a lot more influence over what happens in it. For example, maybe you really like a character. You could tell the AI, do not kill this guy off. Again, I think that this is just the beginning of it, and we're going to see a lot more coming up. And that is the end of the Studio Ghibli segment. I know, pretty short in comparison to everything else. We're going through them all. With that, we are now moving on to our next segment, Assassin's Creed Shadows. I've played Assassin's Creed 1, 2, and 3. This is a pretty popular opinion. I'm not breaking any ground here, but I think number 2 was the best one of them all. After the success of Assassin's Creed 2, Ubisoft, the publishing company, decided they were going to make it a yearly release like the wildly popular Call of Duty at the time. Now, I wouldn't necessarily say I was a fan. I liked them, but many people, like myself, just lost interest once they started like coming out too much. You can only play so many of those games before it gets to be too many. There's only so many times you can hear next time on Dragon Ball Z before you just give up. When I played the games, it was all about parkouring through a city, doing stealth missions, and playing through a pretty cool revenge story in number 2. Well, the Assassin's Creed of then is nothing like this is now. In 2017, there was a decision to make the series a lot more RPG-like. Now, this is something I did not know until very recently because, like I said, at that point, I had no interest in the series. On September 12, 2022, Ubisoft announced that there was going to be a new Assassin's Creed game called Assassin's Creed Red. Let's just see this little teaser. I'll turn that volume down. Now these are just assets. Doesn't really look like an Assassin's Creed game, but hey, it could be cool. A lot of people thought that. It was an Assassin's Creed set in feudal Japan, something that a lot of people had apparently wanted. That was the last good thing people were going to say about this game. Assassin's Creed is advertised as being largely historically accurate. Now, it does have creative touches like Aliens, The End of the World 2012, stuff like that, but for the most part, it does pretty well. For this game, Ubisoft made the decision to make the protagonist that they promoted the most in their trailers a character called Yasuke, somebody who there's no actual proof of completing samurai training, though I will say this, he has been recorded fighting in battles. Of course, you didn't have to play as him if you didn't want to. There was a female ninja character you could pick as well. But the real issue started to come from the Japanese people themselves. There's a clip of Yasuke destroying the interior of a Shinto shrine. Now, this is actually a real place that has been around for apparently 1400 years. And when asked about this, the shrine's officials said they disapproved of this being in the game. Now let's see this clip. Yeah, walks right into a shrine, starts destroying everything. Off to a pretty bad start. Now, the Japanese Prime Minister was actually asked about this, and I have his quote right here. Oh, uh-oh. I fear that allowing players to attack and destroy real-life locations in the game without permission could encourage similar behavior in real life. Shrine officials and local residents are also worried about this. Of course, freedom of expression must be respected, but acts that demean local cultures should be avoided. The Prime Minister responded to this. How to address this legally is something we need to discuss with the Minister of Economy, Trade, and Industry, the Minister of Education, Culture, Sports, Science, and Technology, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Defacing a shrine is out of the question, is an insult to the nation itself. When the self-defense forces were deployed to Samoa, Iraq, we ensured they studied Islamic customs beforehand. Respecting the culture and religion of a country is fundamental, and we must make it clear that we will not simply accept acts that disregard them. Now, that was not the only culturally insensitive thing that they did. Ubisoft released one of the ugliest Funko Pop statues that I've ever seen. But my hatred of Funko Pops and this consumerism garbage has nothing to do with the outcry the statue received. Please spread the word. Assassin's Creed Shadows figures from Ubisoft, a famous Japanese hate and criminal company. A figure of a destroyed Torii Gate has been released, which is believed to be based on the one-legged Torii Gate statue that was destroyed in the Nagasaki atomic bombing. I have never seen a one-legged Torii other than the one destroyed by the American atomic bomb in Nagasaki. Ubisoft was in a really bad spot. Star Wars Outlaws, another game they released recently, did not do very well. Their first-person shooter, X-Defiant, launched years too late. Now, the reason I say that, when Modern Warfare 2 came out, the remake, sorry, not the remake, the reboot, it was one of the most hated Call of Duties I've ever seen. Skill-based matchmaking, essentially, if you do well, you are punished for it. If you buy from the store, you are rewarded. It had so many issues, and X-Defiant was promoted as, oh, this is like old school Call of Duty. Well, that game did not come out until 2024. Meanwhile, its beta, when it was really hyped up, that came out back in 2021. X-Defiant launched so late that they shut down all of its servers. Assassin's Creed Shadows was supposed to be what saved the company, but after shutting down 3 studios and their stock tanking about 50% over the past year, I think that it's over for them. And you know what? That is what Ubisoft gets for forcing Uplay into all of their games. And that is it for our tech and media segments. I thought about talking about the flop that was Snow White, but I don't even want to watch a trailer for that. Not a chance. So now we will be moving on to our final segment, the politics segment. As I said last time, I understand this is not something for everybody. And if that's the case, thank you for coming by. But for everyone else, we have the Ninja Sword ban segment. Now, many people will not like this, but in my opinion, England is unlivable. I've been to Plymouth, Portsmouth, and London before. I've enjoyed them all when I was there, but the crime rate in England as a whole is way beyond out of control. London as a whole has multiple stabbings a day. People will literally just kill you for your watch. And therefore, I just don't think it's worth I don't think it's worth the risk to go. If you're living there in the countryside or even a small town like the one in Hot Fuzz, I think you're doing a lot better off, but still not a place I want to spend my time. In June of 2022, in the city of Wolverhampton, a 16-year-old boy named Ronan Kanda was murdered by 2 of his classmates, who were also 16 at the time. They thought he was somebody else that owed them £200. The weapons they used were a machete and what was called a ninja sword. In turn, this created the proposition for something called Ronin's Law, a proposition to ban curved swords with a blade over 40 centimeters, included a handle and sheath, and were designed to be worn on the body. Many people thought that the name was based off the Japanese word Ronin, but that was not the case. I think it's safe to say that this law does not address the real problem. When you think of somebody who has a katana in their house, you don't think of a criminal. You think of like some otaku weeaboo who, like, I don't know, bought a replica of something he thought looked cool in a movie. This law also fails to address real action that can be taken. These are the two killers. They were both sentenced to life, but one of them can apply for parole in 16 years and the other 18 years. Neither one of these people should ever be free again. These two ordered weapons online, planned a time and a place to ambush the person they thought owed money, which, by the way, in America would make it first-degree murder. In England, they don't have a distinction between first and second. The only way that this stops is if there's real consequences for it. Say what you want about Andrew Tate, but you know what? I like his idea of anyone who kills somebody else with a knife getting life in solitary confinement. Some people might think that solitary confinement for life is a bit too extreme. I would also accept life in prison. But I have no pity for people like this who murder an innocent person going about their day. The headlines for the ninja sword ban got around pretty fast. It makes a lot more sense once you know the real story. Again, I just don't think that it's the right idea. I don't think it's the right call. And with that, we are at the end of our ninja sword ban segment. On to our next topic, and finally, we have some good news. Just Stop Oil has finally been shut down. Now, Just Stop Oil is an organization that started back in 2022, is a group of Johnny Somalis causing disturbances everywhere they go. Now, this has included blocking traffic, as you can see in the top right, people trying to go to their jobs, kids trying to go to school, I don't know, ambulances needing to go rescue people, fire trucks that need to go, like, put out a fire, gluing themselves to the road, something I do not understand whatsoever, throwing canned soup at a Van Gogh painting because they wanted to protest that a painting painted in 1888 was made with oil-based paints. They vandalized Stonehenge with paint, one of the most well-known parts of the world. It's probably as well-known as the pyramids, if I'm being honest. They desecrated a flower show. And they just do this sort of thing all over. I have never liked Just Stop Oil, and them shutting down is probably the only good thing that they have ever done. With that, we are now moving on to our final segment, Harry Sisson. This is Harry Sisson, or as it might be a little bit easier to remember, leftist Nick Fuentes. Harry Sisson got famous on TikTok, and in March had an incredible scandal where he got exposed for using his clout to get in the Snapchat DMs of 11 different women, each of which he would pretend that they were the only one he was talking to, and then pressure them for lewd photographs. He would do all of this in private, while in public condemning people for lesser behavior. On March 11th, on Twitter, someone named Sarah Fields made a thread about the whole situation. Harry Sisson convinced 11 different women that he had no roster and respected them for more than their bodies, while persuading them to send explicit photos of themselves through Snapchat, including one from a domestic abuse survivor. When the women discovered each other, one by one, he called them all insane and attempted to coerce one of them into telling the public that the photos were fake. A request to the reader: set political differences to the side. I believe both sides of the aisle can agree this is unacceptable behavior from a man-child with collectively over 2 million followers. Thread here. Now, let's go through some video highlights of this situation.
He loved the attention that I was giving him and the fact that he knew that I wasn't entertaining anybody else the way I was entertaining him. Within the first 2 to 3 months, he had told me on 2 separate occasions that I was wife material and that he was, quote-unquote, sold on my wifey application. 6 months into talking, he suddenly is like, I'm not looking for any commitment and I'm not in a place to find anything long-term right now. I'm just really busy, blah, blah, blah. And like, I was understanding. I was fine keeping things casual. However, I couldn't help but feel that he led me on. And he even admitted to that. He's like, yeah, that's on me for like not making my intentions clearer. Okay. He tells me a couple more times after that he doesn't want commitment. And then next thing I know, he's posting a soft launch thirst trap of him and his new girlfriend.
Ooh, Harry got caught.
2 weeks ago. And so I confronted him about it, right? Like any normal person would do. And he got all defensive and started like gaslighting me. Basically saying that I was like overreacting and all this stuff. And I was like, you're kidding me, right? Jump to last night, I find out that he was leading somebody else on at the same time he was leading me on.
Not just somebody else, Clary. 10 different people.
And
10 different people that we know of, I should say. That number could be even more.
My world was shook. I DM'd her because I saw a comment she left on his backup account, I guess is what you could call it. And she was like, oh my God, I think we went through the same thing. And I was like, no freaking way, girl, spill. And so, long story short, we talked literally probably 6-7 hours last night, exposing everything. Early on in the conversation, she tells me that he had told her in December that he had no roster. What do you call me? You're talking to me for 7 months at that point, and you're gonna say that you have no roster. I see. She shared screenshots of their conversations. I shared screenshots of ours, and we basically came to the conclusion that he is a despicable.
Okay, I love this part. Harry Sisson is a despicable fuckboy.
A disgusting fuckboy. He sits here on his platform of almost 2 million followers and preaches respect for women and believing women, blah, 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 blah. And then he disrespected us so grossly. Asked for extremely intimate images.
Now, something every one of these girls have in common. Harry will just randomly ask them for spicy pictures. On Snapchat, I haven't used Snapchat in a very, very long time. But pictures get deleted. That's the whole thing about Snapchat. They only last for 24 hours. Harry would save all of them.
Made us both think that we were the only one he was talking to. And then he started dating somebody else. So we have no idea how long she was in the picture. Shortly then after that, it became more of like an inappropriate infatuation with me. And he kind of hinted at that by saying something along the lines of, I had some like interesting or sexy pictures of me on my Instagram. And I was like, oh, okay. Granted, this was highly unexpected because
Yeah, she's about to say, this is not how Harry presents himself publicly. He's acting like he's a completely different person. He's a snake.
I was like, you don't act this way at all on TikTok. I really just thought he was like this amazing person who saw me as more than my body. But not too long after that, it all became even more intensely inappropriate and just like the things that he was requesting from me that kind of took me by surprise. But yeah, I kind of just like put up with it because I was like, well, he respects me, right? He respects me for more than the physical attraction.
You thought wrong. That's just what he wanted you to think.
I thought there was this understanding that if he was going to be f***ing around or flirting with anybody else, asking for pics from them, he needed to delete mine. Unfortunately, it took me a couple more months to figure out that he wasn't respecting that request whatsoever. Then February comes around and he shows up on TikTok Live with hickeys on his neck. So I was like, obviously there's someone else and you're being dishonest with me.
He's an incredibly sick individual, fairly perverted. And
so this is American Hannah. She is my favorite of all the women to come out because she will actually show screenshots of her conversations with Harry.
He's been getting away with this for so long. It's like these champions for women, right? And the idolizing of these men that care about women. It's just a ploy to try to get into their pants.
Now, before we go into American Hannah's screenshots of her conversations, we do have some from American Clary. From Clary. I don't know why I said that. I never lied to you. We were not exclusive, and I made that abundantly clear. I didn't want that, and you said that was fine. I haven't done anything that wasn't allowed within the parameters we set. And why are you screenshotting? Harry's panicking a little there. It's not that there's competition. It's not that there's competition. I'm not getting nudes from a bunch of girls, or HU with a bunch of girls. Not really sure what that means. Harry at this point knew that he was caught, and he then tried to pressure one of the girls that he was hitting up to say that she had seen proof all this was fake, even though she hadn't. One of the women, who is terrified of Harry's retaliation, has stated that Harry assured her the screenshots were all fake, but also told her that he doesn't feel bad about lying about personal things. He told her he didn't want to lie to her though. He then asked her if she wouldn't mind telling people that she had seen screenshots from him proving they were fake, even though she had not. I have been provided the evidence for this. However, she does not want to have the screenshots provided publicly. If the status of this changes, I will provide receipts. Harry was already having a bad March, but then things were going to get worse. That's because allegations of Harry sweeping for someone who groomed an autistic 14-year-old boy came out.
And this is when I started getting messages from a minor, whom I will not say the name, with autism, who is also in the Discord. He was probably around 14 at the time. And he was sending me some concerning things regarding what Camille would send to him. Those are things I cannot show for legal reasons, but very much so did happen, and I contacted his mom, everything. But you know who was working for him? Harry. And I told Harry about everything that Camille was doing. Here's the proof of that. This is a conversation between Camille and the minor in question. Camille texts him, why do they know so many details then? Why do they have...
Going forward, we're going to hear about how Camille was investigated by the FBI for this grooming.
Screenshots. And in those same texts, you will see him saying he's going to lose a business partner, aka Harry. Now, Harry would respond with, yeah, that's super messed up. I won't work for him anymore. That's crazy. And then I got this message from the minor saying that Harry still is working for Camille. So I reach out to Harry. And this is the conversation from that little debacle. And then it got to a point wherein I was seeing if I should be contacting the police because this minor happens to be based internationally. He's not in America. And I advised Harry that I'm doing so, and he starts advising me not to do so. Through FaceTime audio, mind you. But here's the conversation about him advising me not to do so. And if you see with all of the other girls too, he loves calling women lunatics, they're crazy, conspiracy theory. So here's me saying point blank to Harry, what's a conspiracy theory? The grooming part or me quite literally finding your relationship with Camille and all of this is suspicious. That's a speculation, not a theory. Anyway, and this is after Harry called me about 20 times and me not answering, and him saying, this is truly insane, like, Hannah, you don't know anything about Camille in this entire situation, nor do you know what Chris and I dealt with when it came to Camille. Essentially, putting his issues with Camille above the fact that he's literally grooming a minor. Anyway. Eventually, however, I was manipulated into thinking that he was no longer working for Camille. Whoops. Okay. So then Harry calls me saying that he's making some federal complaint against Camille. Okay, and I'm like, period, right? And so here's that conversation. Essentially, he tells me that 2 other people are in on it. And then I said, okay, we had a little tip pass behind us. We're homies now. He then asked me for nudes,
Great game, Harry. Start talking about a grooming incident, how you reported to the police, and then ask for nudes.
Sent the message, and that's what I was talking about when I said tried to get me to send him nudes because he pretended that he cared about the predation. So I said,
What a freak.
Or something. Okay.
Harry Sisson is actually a weasel. That's not the only time that she's going to show us that he asked her for nudes.
He says he's tired. I say whatever. He goes, you know what it's a perfect time for though?
If this was a Cyraxx message, this is right where the double winky emojis would show up.
Referring to nudes. I said, you're funny. Then he unsent a message and I said, I saw that, you freak. If I didn't already have enough proof of him asking me for inappropriate pictures at very inappropriate times, here's more, where I say to him, so true, he wanted me to stop picking an argument with him, stupid. So true, I'll meet you in the middle. Next time you want inappropriate pictures, just find someone else and leave me alone next time. He said, yeah, that definitely works for me. So there's him admitting that. Anyways, here's also more creepy text regarding inappropriate photos. I don't remember the context of some of these, so. Now when the creepy texts and threats come in, this is my favorite part. All of these are all screenshots of threatening texts I got. But it doesn't end there. I have an audio.
This audio recording is actually really eye-opening. American Hannah is told, do not talk about Clarie. She says, what happens if I do? And the person on the phone says, I will kill you.
So I got a phone call from a blocked number when I was home in California. My sister recorded this, and this is kind of what happened. Who? Don't post anything about who?
Camille.
Who's Camille? I was lying.
Maroon.
Oh, Camille Maroon. Or what? Or what?
Or I'll fucking kill you.
Great friends you got there, Harry.
There's an example.
So Harry was, like I said, having a very bad month. How does he decide he's going to handle this? Well, Harry decided he was going to start threatening out lawsuits. Hey, Hannah, just a heads up. Things are about to get intense. Harry's furious, and he's not playing games anymore. Expect a cease and desist landing in your inbox any moment now. This isn't a joke or an empty threat. Brace yourself, because it looks like he's really going to go through with it. Please, take this seriously, and maybe consider getting legal advice. Stay safe. Camille and Harry are planning to dox you. This is serious stuff, and could really mess things up for you and your family. Please, think about beefing up your privacy settings, or getting some advice on how to handle this. Don't take it lightly, these guys mean business. Stay safe, and let's figure out a way to deal with this. I know I said this earlier, but Harry is such a weasel. He starts getting exposed, and the first thing he decides to do is to start doxing people and threatening legal action. What was his response to this, I'm sure you're probably wondering. MAGA is mad that I have game. Lol. Well, Harry deleted that tweet. It did not go very well for him. The real important part of that story was how Camille Morone started getting exposure. Harry would also put out a different statement about Camille. In March 2023, Camille approached me with a business opportunity, which was eventually revealed to be fraudulent. Camille leveraged this relationship to procure personal information, which he used to commit identity theft against me. Camille opened credit cards and incurred tens of thousands of dollars of debt in my name. Around this time, it was brought to my attention that Camille was committing various other crimes, including harming minors. Once I became aware of this, I immediately sought legal advice and, upon recommendation, gathered evidence and notified federal authorities, becoming the first to contact the FBI and file a police report against him. I had not spoken publicly about any of this at the request of law enforcement, and in an effort to protect victims who were actively at risk. Despite our political disagreements, we are aligned on this. It's important for his victims to feel empowered to come forward and put an end to Camille's actions once and for all. Now remember, Harry posted that in March. There's no way something would come out right after that completely puts everything he just said into question. This is a text message from Harry all the way back in November 2023. Dude, what are you doing? Dude, Camille's having a panic attack right now. I need you to cut the crap. Camille just called the fucking ambulance, Teenan. This is real shit. Harry claimed that he had cut ties with Camille in March 2023, and here he is caught talking to him at the very end of the year, like, I think it's like 9 months difference. If I was going to make a guess, I would say that Harry is backed into a corner, facing criticisms that he has never seen before. Except this time, it's not people on the other end of the political spectrum that are putting these allegations out. It's people that are on the same side as him. American Hannah would put out one last video showing what Harry said was a lie.
I want to put emphasis on the fact that he says once I became aware of this. I also want to emphasize the March 2023 thing. Bullshit. Let me explain. This text conversation that I had with Harry was in September of 2023, wherein I clock him for still allowing Camille, knowing he's a predator, on his live. Okay, keep that in mind. It's also bullshit for other reasons. One of them being that I have had contact recently with very credible sources that I will not name, that have told me that Harry has been working with Camille up until as of at least recently. Okay, up until as at least recently. I know recently is a very subjective term. I know that he was working with him in 2024 is what I can say. Obviously, allegedly. I notified Harry of what Camille was doing almost immediately, and nothing happened. He continued working for him under the guise of, oh, he owes me money, and I think he's still trying to do that. Regardless, it's unethical, but, you know, I also want to make it very clear that I did contact Harry tonight after I saw his ex statement. Because if he is just trying to do the right thing and he innocently fucked up the timeline, I was giving him the opportunity to retract and or edit that statement, and I got no reply. So, here I am.
Since then, 2 more boys have come out saying that Camille is a freak that went after them as well. Now, I know that I said the Harry Sisson segment was going to be the last one, but I lied. Here we are at our final segment, Tofiachu. I chose to put this in the politics segment instead of the Lolcow segment, just because there is no lol in this story. On March 11th, at night, a carjacker tried to steal Tofiachu's family car, the one that they were all sleeping in, and fatally shot the brother Donald Slidell Jr. Because of this, I decided to put the rest of my Tofiachu videos on hold, unlike some ambulance chasers that immediately saw an opportunity to make a video as fast as they could, with some clickbait title like, "Things have never been so bad. The unthinkable has just happened." Tofiachu actually blamed her trolls for this happening. The truth is it was a sad case of wrong place at the wrong time, and I think that that's something we should all try to remember. Things can just go wrong at any point in our lives, for no reason whatsoever. I'd like to wish Tofiachu luck on her situation going forward, but sadly, I don't think that she's going to make any real changes needed for that to happen. And with that, we have now finished all of our topics and we'll be closing off. Thank you for listening all the way through, and I'll see you next time. Later.